watching America's Day at the Races on a beautiful Friday afternoon. The sun is shining. We're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. Just 11 days left of racing here at the Big A. We're going to enjoy them all. Acacia come alongside Andy Sterling, and along the way over the next couple of weeks we'll be looking back on some of our favorite Aqueduct memories.
You are a little color coordinated. You got a little like the brown.
I know, we went
That's
with
good.
the
I think
neutral.
it looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. It's hard to believe. You know, we've been talking about it for so long, and you go there, and we're almost at the end of a great run at Aqueduct, but we do have the 11 days left, and a fun card today as well with some good action at Laurel.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the field for race 3 in Maryland at Laurel Park. It's a nice maiden special weight on the turf as we welcome in Callie Francois live with us in Maryland. Callie, what are you seeing for this third race?
Hi, Acacia and Andy. Yeah, fun race here, but unfortunately, I'm going to go to the favorite here in Pendar for Madison Myers, second off the layoff. It was no surprise that this one did well enough off of the layoff now that Madison has officially moved all of her horses from Middleburg Training Center to Fair Hill. Just looks a little bit tighter. I just loved, it was a late closing fourth last out, but the gallop out was just on top. So everything checks the boxes here for the favorite, as I'm going to go ahead, though, and get right to the number 7 in James here for Michael Stidham with Yazdi Hazelwood. Immediately, this one caught my attention just coming in here across from the breeding as well, but just was tight and ready to go. Really nice top line, strong balance, a little bit of baby fat here, but really not a concern here. I just think that the breeding here, good efforts by the Dam and the Half siblings, first time routing early in the career, kind of just strikes it off there. This is also, I have to write off Jerry, who was a router and a marathoner who recently won twice in Kentucky this month and never won 2. And we are going to go to Dave Rodman for the call here at the first.
James is the line and Sadabar. And they're off. James was slow to begin. Skycross and Pendar punching out 1-2. Drive by Johnny with a little more early speed today is taken back right off that pace to the turn run. Margie's last right there, fired up from fourth, almost third on the outside, right off the speed as they round that turn. Set a bar over to the 2-path. Joy Division, Nostromo, and trailing a field James. James is 8th and last. 8 or 9 lengths will cover front to back as they round that turn. Skycross, Pendar 1-2. Skycross just in front. Opening quarter mile, 24 seconds. Pendar right there on the outside. Margie's last is in third. Drive by Johnny just 2 lengths off the early pace. Setabar follows Drive by Johnny. Back to Joy Division is next. And Nostromo and James is trailing the field. Heading over the far turn, it's Skycross from Pendar. A half in 48 seconds, so an even pace going up top. Margie's last 2 lengths off that speed. Drive by Johnny trying to get motivated there from 4th position. Save the Bar is 5th, then followed by Joy Division on the inside. Back to Nostromo, and James is last yet to pick it up. 3 from home, and it's Pendar, Skycross ridden along and trying to stay on. Margie's last in a good spot to pounce from 3rd, and Save the Bar is in 4th. Drive by Johnny's down to the inside. And Joy Division turning for home. Pendar tries to kick. Pendar, but here's Margie's last there on the outside. Sadabar to the center of the course. And Drive by Johnny pitching away as well. And Margie's last has taken the lead. Pendar's trying to battle back on the inside. Margie's last, Pendar. And Joy Division has moved 3rd to the far outside. Very late photo finish on the inside. Pendar's come back. Pendar from Margie's last. Then it was Joy Division and Drive by Johnny.
Number 6, Pendar digging in on the inside. Callie had some good things to say about this gelding second off the layoff and was very game today.
Yeah, these two horses met last time, and Pendar was able to finish ahead much like he did last time, but only in battling back at the wire. This horse, you know, they'd ridden squeeze start in his last race. I didn't see the real trouble at the start, but he ran fine in that race regardless, and today came back on for the win.
Held off Margie's last in the stretch. As we take a look at what else is still to come on the card, we have a 10-race card, fast and firm. Belmont at the Big A. We still have races 4 through 9 over at Laurel. We're fast and firm there, as well as always today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. You can play along with all the action on Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. We shift our attention over to New York Horses in the paddock for the opener, Belmont at the Big A. Race 1, sprinting on the main track for 3-year-olds. And right now it is the number 2, Special Ops. A little bit of a layoff, hasn't started since the end of March, coming back for Rob Atras after running a very fast figure last time.
Yeah, Special Ops was scratched on May 15th. I don't know the circumstances of it, but was scratched that day. And listen, this is an interesting thing because you've got 2 horses, the 2 and the 6, they ran big figures last time. They're sort of one fig numbers.
Felonious went by. There is Special Ops. Your favorite?
Yeah, I like Felonious. We'll get back to him in a minute. Special Ops runs that race last time. It's going to be tough.
Life is Gravy, second off the bench.
Kind of picking up pieces last time out as the race was falling apart behind the leader.
There is the number 4, Case of the Mondays.
Everybody's been there. This is one for Jamie Ness that has not really moved forward off the claim out of town.
And 5 Wishes, as you touched on, ran very fast race last time.
This horse just a completely different horse last time. And I realized the competition was tougher down in Florida, but really improved at Churchill. Can he get away from Case in the Mondays, Acacia?
Well, trainer Chad Summers sends out 2 in here, including Life is Gravy, sired by Mind Your Biscuits, who he knew quite well. Chad standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia and Chad, Mind Your Biscuits, a horse that, especially for us in New York, near and dear to our hearts, but especially you, the horse that put you virtually on the map.
Yeah, look, he was the first horse I bought off the track second, and we bought him for $30,000 as a yearling at that New York bred sale, just trying to pinhook, and fortune intertwined about 100 different times to stay with us and keep with us, and he ended up as the all-time leading New York bred of all time.
Talk a little bit about the memories he gave you. 2-time Dubai Golden Shaheen winner, a Grade 1 Malibu on his resume too. He took you all over the world.
Well, he's the consummate horse of when everybody tells us not to do it. And I said, look at Biscuits, right? I mean, when you have a New York bred by Posse, you're not supposed to think about going to the Breeders' Cup or going to Dubai or the Met Mile, the Whitney, running first and second with Diversified for the New York bred program that day, and 3 Breeders' Cups at sprint and classic distances. And, he was just a remarkable horse. And the thing that was so cool about him is he loved to run. I mean, he was just a horse. When you put a target in front of him, he wanted to go out and get it. And it was funny watching his son here. Last time he ran, he got some dirt kicked in his face and dropped like 16 lengths out of it. And all of a sudden he kicked in. He's got a lot different stride than his father does, but he's got that same competitive spirit, and that's really cool.
He does. I love that you went in and got this horse, you were telling me, for 2,100 guineas on the digital sale from Ireland. Yeah, look, we thought it was going to be easy to just buy horses in Japan. And the first year he was at stud was kind of the COVID year, and you're watching, and they're selling for $180,000, $200,000 as weanlings, and it's $30,000 to ship back and forth from Japan. So it was just really tough, and we were kind of getting disheartened because we always wanted to have Mind Your Biscuits horses over here. And so this one showed up in a online digital sale. You couldn't vet them out, you couldn't scope them. We said, let's take a chance, and he's been a cool horse to have. Well, best of luck with him, and we all mourn the loss of Mind Your Biscuits. Yeah, no, he was really special. Thanks, Chad. Thanks, guys. Keisha.
Maggie, thank you. Nice to hear from trainer Chad Summers. Of course, Mind Your Biscuits. We lost just this week at age 13 at Shed Stallion Station, where he was standing. Richest New York bred, earned over $4.2 million in his career.
And he was an incredibly cool horse. We're talking about a horse that won greatest stake races at 6, I think, or maybe 6.5. But also, I'm sure he did at 6, but also second, as he said, in the Whitney when they had that huge rainstorm. Remember, the race got delayed for about 15, 20 minutes.
That was a wild day,
I think NBC was doing it, but they had a big delay. And then second by a nose in the Met Mile. I mean, he really was an amazing, amazing horse that had longevity. He traveled all around the world, and he basically always showed up.
Yeah, he really was incredibly honest. He will be missed. I know had a lot of fans throughout his racing career. So, sire of Life is Gravy, carrying on his legacy coming up here. There is a look at Felonious, though. Where's that one on the turf last time after he took a ton of money going back to the grass, and he delivered.
I picked him last time, and I think I just got lucky. I found one of the great day news of all time. I mean, you could never imagine that price. I don't know the reason. I didn't talk to Linda, but this has the look of a horse that Linda said, you know what? This horse got beaten a length by Enforced Agenda, beating Attino in that one's debut, was running against some pretty good horses and kind of fell apart a little bit for Todd. These are the kind of horses that Linda has a history of resurrecting. Now, claiming from the Pletcher barn is not an easy thing to do, but I thought this was a very interesting horse, the kind of horse that maybe Linda could move forward. I have no argument that the 2 and 6 are the right horses in this race. I'm not going to deny their last 2 races, but they didn't happen in New York, and that worries me a little.
Yeah, very good point. It's Felonious first off the claim for Linda Rice, making a surface switch today. Maggie, what's he showing you out on the track?
That he has put on a little bit of weight and conditioning, which is often the case when horses move to Linda Rice's barn. Now, I was against him, so well done, Andy, for picking him last time, because he just didn't look as though he had changed much from a juvenile to a sophomore. He just kind of a little bit on the smaller side, and overall, I thought that maybe switching to the turf would be the right kind of move for him, but we'll see how he does moving back to the dirt. I've always thought that he looks mostly like a sprinter, but really has a physical type that could go either way when it comes to surfaces. So I do like what I'm seeing from him. However, your favorite, number 2, Special Ops, incredibly good looking, was beaten by a horse in 270, who would come back and win the Bachelor with a 94 Beyer. This is a horse that does not switch his leads. He's also an incredibly dark bay horse that has not gotten much of a sweat on, and it is hot once again. That concerns me a little bit about him. And then quickly, I do like what I'm seeing from 5 Wishes. I know the drop kind of woke him up last time, but I love the way that he kicked on. Bit of a smaller horse, but incredibly athletic and well turned out here, one of 2 for trainer Chad Summers, as we get it up to Chris Griffin for the call of the opener here, Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Good beginning to the outside. 5 Wishes right to the front. Is asked for speed and has it. Is up by a length and a half. Maybe a step slow there with Special Ops. Starts to work forward. Is now shoved along here. Is towards the outside of Felonious at the rail there, 2nd and 3rd. Joining them 3 wide is Case of the Mondays. And the lone trailer, Life is Gravy. 5 Wishes from the outside post got over to the rail, is up by a half length, 22.05. For a quick opening quarter mile, it's 5 Wishes carving out the fractions. Special Ops is stalking from 2nd, but 5 Wishes is extending the margin once again. 5 Wishes now up by 2. Special Ops is trying to pick things up. Case of the Mondays from the back. Life is Gravy's trying to run on with Felonious. They reach the top of the stretch, and Dylan Davis and 5 Wishes fully in command. It's 5 Wishes who's up by 3, 4 widening lengths now, approaching a final furlong. From the back running on, Life is Gravy, also their Case of the Mondays. 5 Wishes still well clear. Here's Felonious, who's now run up into 2nd. 5 Wishes wins the opener. Felonious 2nd, then came Life is Gravy and Case of the Mondays.
Looks like 5 Wishes was able to validate that big figure and win at Churchill last time out, coming to New York, and he just looked like a winner every step of the way.
I agree. Maybe it's the magic of doing an interview with Maggie. I think it just sort of carries over. And I agree. He was able to take control from Case of the Mondays, who had nothing to do with him early. And to be fair, he went 22 flat and 44 and 4. He was moving up front, but in complete control. So he ran back to his good race. Special Ops did not. He chased a little bit, but he was bad and fell apart. My Felonious, I think I was right in a sense about Felonious, just wasn't right enough to be good enough to win at 9-2. Not a bad shot, but not good enough. Not nearly good enough to beat 5 Wishes.
5 Wishes ended up going off at 8-5, 6-1, 3-4 in the opener. Dylan Davis and 5 Wishes, much the best here in the first race, pulling away after breaking his maiden with a big improvement in that drop in class last time, validates it with a big performance here. Chad Summers, Gold Square Racing, of course, the original team Napoleon Solo. We'll see him in different silks next time. We'll see what happens with him moving on to the Haskell this summer. 5 Wishes in the opener, Belmont at the Big A. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In the opener, no doubt about the winner, 5 Wishes gets the victory. Much the best under Dylan Davis.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, hey, we're talking about Dylan's riding. I think Dylan may have given the single best ride of the entire week in Saratoga on Marketplace of Ideas. And when Dylan is aggressive, and you could say it's about a lot of riders, good things happen, and he is really capable of riding top of his game. I think he lacks some consistency, but man, he's given some really, really good rides. You know, you think of his ride winning Gazelle with the eventual Kentucky Oaks winner.
Yep. Always a runner. Gets the victory there in the opener with 5 Wishes as we are on the turf for race 2 coming up next. Mile and 3/8 on the grass. Kiamba right now the favorite as she comes out of a try in the grade 3 Sheepshead Bay. Distance is no problem for her. She gets to make her second start here stateside.
She's 1-9, by the way, in the betting right now. She'll go up, but she looks so good on paper, Acacia. I think if you did talking horses, even you would have picked her. Like the second horse of your husband's you've picked since he went out training on his own.
Yeah.
You and Maggie.
I don't like to jinx.
That's the worst.
I don't like to jinx. I'm not superstitious until all of a sudden I am. Kiamba, the favorite in this allowance optional claiming coming up as you have about 20 minutes away from race 2, Belmont at the Big A. We're about 10 minutes away from the 4th at Laurel Park. Horses are in the paddock. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Check in with Callie after this on America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, Grady Stakes winners, and Grady Stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today.
Did you ever rent a boat and go out and
I have never
Turtle
done
Pond?
that, actually, no.
I did that. My
Maybe
former
you and
wife.
I should rent a boat together.
I'd be happy to.
That'd
I
be
know
fun.
your husband's not rowing a boat around.
Definitely
You'd be
not.
doing the rowing. I'm just letting you know.
I would be doing the rowing.
It's where I live.
With
It's
either
down the
of
street
you.
from me.
Yeah. Tomorrow we have the New York Stallion Series Cupicois Joy Division going 6 furlongs on the outer turf. Here's a look at the field, and we'll take a look at Celtic Dawn as this filly was impressive last time out. She won an off-the-turf race, beating Hot Currency on debut. It took her a while to come back to the races. She got the win last time. Now she's going to get on the turf for the first time.
And Carlos has tried to get her on the turf
Yep.
in the past and been reined off, and she has plenty of pedigree to handle it. It's the old Harvey Packism, never bet a horse trying to do something it's never done before as the favorite. But she is pretty talented, and if she can come close to transferring it, not even improving, and she has a pedigree that says she could, I have no problem with somebody trying to beat her. I'm just not that person.
She's by Honest Mischief, who absolutely effective turf sire, especially
Turf
you look at
sprints.
these New York Stallion Series types of races. And, you know, it's funny in these races, because it's a lot of money when you're eligible for this type of race, there's not a ton of turf pedigree really on hardly anybody in the field.
I think they're all sort of seeing if their horses can handle the
Absolutely.
turf and taking a shot. You know, Dancing with Destiny ran fine last time, and Cantor did win first time out, sort of a game effort in the turf, but it was a distance race. I don't love the turn back numbers for Dave.
You touched on Dancing with Destiny for Mike Deeney, who we see this is her win back in September. She was able to get the victory that day. She tried a little bit tougher open company at Laurel. After that, she ran fine. Sideline came back at the start of turf season, and she ran okay last time out, just looking like a horse that probably would improve with a race off the bench.
I agree. I mean, to me, if you don't want the horse that hasn't tried the turf, this horse is kind of obviously the
Yep.
horse to beat, and that's why it's a second choice. I mean, I didn't find anything clever about this race. Maybe I'm wrong about it, but I just thought I didn't want to go beyond the obvious ones. I'm not. Dave Donk, I think I don't have the paper in front of me, has lousy stats. I feel like turning back on the dirt.
On
On turf,
Encantar,
excuse
who won going long on the turf last time out. As it is fun. We always talk about names of stakes races in New York. I know you were a big Keep Goes Joy fan.
Well, she was an incredibly cool horse. I mean, she won the Acorn and the Mother Goose. She ran the Derby and the Preakness as well. The Preakness, I think, was about Bob Perez, her owner, getting a table. I think there was a big story about that at the time. We're talking about 1981, I think, or 82. Alfredo Callejas trained her, but she was a very, very, very good New York bred early in the prime of the program. You know.
Yeah, we love looking back on the history of some of these races. That's coming up tomorrow as our feature on the card. We head back over to Laurel Park, race 4 coming up next. Let's meet the field as they step onto the track going 6 furlongs. There is Book of Wisdom, who's feeling fresh today.
We've seen quite a bit of Book of Wisdom
Yes,
in
we
New
have.
York at different times, but I see now he's put together a few wins at least.
There is I Can Do It.
I mean, listen,
92.
this is a race where there isn't a lot separating quite a few of them, and it feels like the horse to beat got scratched.
Yeah, agreed. Royal Seamstress beat Book of Wisdom last time out.
The figure was good enough, but it was a sealed track going 7, a different story, not a speed today.
There's Dine and Dash back to the dirt.
I mean, I think with the scratch in here getting back to the dirt, this is very much the horse to beat. This Dine and Dash is 5-1 right now?
Yeah, generous price, agreed. Isabella's Glory went by. 6 is out, as you mentioned, really was the horse to beat. And there is Blessed Candy. Paco Lopez picks up the mount.
Is this horse supposed to be favored in here? I mean, I'm not seeing it. I'm not saying can't win. It does have some speed, but I prefer the 4. I'm going to have to look at doubles and see if I'm really going to get something. I'm going to bet the 4.
A little bit of an odd board right now, but that's a field for race 4. Let's check in with Kelly Francois.
Thanks, Acacia. Andy, I agree with you as far as the surprise on the favoritism of the number 7, but in a sense where the scratch of the favorite, she was the speed. So that's where this number 7 kind of picks up, because there's not a ton of speed in this race whatsoever. Got a little bit of taste of it on the turf last time out where speed was helping her out. But the way to win with her is prioritizing comfortability. And because of the scratch of the speed horse on the 6, that's where she kind of falls in line. So she got asked a little bit too early, too back, and I think she just gets a really nice, again, comfortable trip where she needs to. That's where I agree. That's where I go with the number 3. Royal Seamstress here for Troy Singh and Thais Liapustina here. 3-1 right now, which I love. She, to me, is the dazzler of the field. She found the right stride, right kind of trip. She got lucky 2 wins ago where she tried going to the front end, but she's going back to what works. She's on the smaller side, but she packs a punch, and I will say the 7 looks the speediest of the group here today. But horses run for Thais Liapustina. Her ride won that race against the speed last time out. She did a pretty protective rail trip. So I'm really looking forward to see the kind of trip that she's going to be giving us here today. But let's go ahead and take a little looky at the two, and I Can Do It here. I mean, consistent at this level, which is the big thing in this field. So when it comes to a lot of horses moving up for this level, she's somewhat consistent at it. Gina Perry is still involved with this horse, and she's not too bad off the layoff. I think, you know, I don't love her on a fast track off of a layoff, but she needs a touch of a particular trip. If she wasn't this much on the inside post, I would have put her further up. Also wanted to just take a look at the number 1 Book of Wisdom here for Mikey Juralis, Angel Cruz. This is second in the barn, a second off the claim for Mikey Juralis. 2 for 6 as of late, second off the claim for a small sampling, but a recent barn trend nonetheless. To me, looks really good in the paddock. We'll go back to you guys.
Callie, thank you so much. We'll see how the board does play out with the 4th race coming up here. You took a look at doubles. What are you seeing?
The 4 Dine and Dash, as we had kind of thought going in, is going to be the favorite in here. The relatively substantial favorite in both doubles and pick 3s. So don't bet this horse thinking you're getting 3-1. If you don't mind getting 8-5 or something on him, go ahead and bet. But you are not going to get 3-1 on this horse.
2-1 on the 7 to the outside. Blessed Candy. A little bit shocking there. As Andy touched on, looks like it's going to change. Dine and Dash looks like the horse who made some sense in here. And how did you see the pace playing out? Because not only was our Avery Lynn a horse that looked like she was a major player, she was also the controlling speed.
I completely agree. I think Blessed Candy has the speed to be the speed in the outside, and it depends how aggressive the apprentice is with Dine and Dash, because she appears to be the other speed along a little bit with Royal Seamstress. But I think an aggressive ride could find Dine and Dash in front, but probably Blessed Candy will be in front. And I know I'm looking at those odds now, and the 4 is actually 7-2. He's gone up, and I'm feeling I want to bet. The problem is I'm afraid I'm going to bet this horse at 3-1 going the gate, and they're going to start the race, and she's going to be 8-5. So that's the problem. I mean, other racetracks need to get on board with what Naira's doing. I mean, obviously, we've made these significant changes, and I think the public responded well in Saratoga.
Yes.
Because we actually had, I think, we were round flat, a little bit up in the handle, but down significantly in CAW, and retail players made up for it, and we're doing it to make it fair to the customers. But the most important change on the odds is cutting them off in the win pool with 2 minutes to go to post time, which ends up being about 4 minutes before the race. And you're just not seeing the late odds drops. You rarely, if ever, see them at Naira. And it's also, when you make a bet, you just want to feel like you're getting the price. We all lose more often than we win. I just don't want to bet this horse. And the thing is, like, right now I'm sitting here thinking, God, 3-1, I want to bet. But I just know in my heart this horse is going to be a shorter price at post time when the race starts.
Everybody's taking a gamble. You want to be able to make the best decision you can with the most amount of information that you can. I completely agree. Race 4 coming up, sprinting on the main track at Laurel Park. Here is Dave Rodman with the call.
1 back. Get her off. Royal Seamstress, Blessed Candy on the outside, early foot. Here's Dine and Dash on the chase early from 3rd position. Book of Wisdom down to the rail is kept close to the pace. As to their 4 lengths back, and it's I Can Do It. And trailing the field, Isabella's Glory. As they move past the 5 furlong marker. Royal Seamstress with Blessed Candy on the outside. Take it back a little bit. And then it's Dine and Dash who's out in the clear in 3rd position. Book of Wisdom down to the rail. Just 3 lengths from the speed of Royal Seamstress. I Can Do It and Isabella's Glory. Into the far turn they roll. 3.5 to run. Royal Seamstress a half in front from Blessed Candy. Length and a half more Dine and Dash and Book of Wisdom ridden for more, but drops back a bit. And followed by I Can Do It. Another 6 or 7 back. Isabella's Glory is trailing the field. Racing to the top of the stretch. Royal Seamstress, Blessed Candy there on the outside. Almost to even terms. They turn in together. Book of Wisdom still ridden along. Taken off the inside on the chase. They're in upper stretch at the 3/16 pole. It's Blessed Candy. Royal Seamstress out of the inside. Blessed Candy, Royal Seamstress at the rail. Very willing. Another 6 back at his Book of Wisdom in 3rd. Blessed Candy and Paco Lopez pulling away at the end to win by almost 2 lengths. Royal Seamstress, then Book of Wisdom, and Dine and Dash.
Blessed Candy took the early money, and looks like now we know why. Paco Lopez with the pickup mount and gets the victory here.
Yeah, Dine and Dash has lost that good form. She had a perfect trip. She ended up at 3-2. But Blessed Candy, good form, did a stalk, and got the job done.
Back to the dirt, and with the win, Paco Lopez picking up quite a few mounts on the card today.
He wins a lot, right?
Yeah, I've heard he does.
Yeah.
I heard he won a big race at Laurel just a few weeks ago, actually, too.
Yes, he did. He won the Preakness. He also won with Bookham Dano.
Such a cool
That was a
horse.
great call by Frank. What did he say? With what was the term he used?
I couldn't hear the call.
Oh,
The crowd was cheering.
No, he had
much too loud.
he had a great play on words.
I love it. Bookham Dano, we're all big fans of him as well. Won the True North last week during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Back to Belmont at the Big A. That's a look at Kiamba, currently the favorite in this upcoming second race, going 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf. We'll take a look at her U.S. debut. Not an easy place to start when coming stateside, going right into the Sheepshead Bay, facing classy horses like No Show Sammy Joe. And she broke slowly, which is not uncommon for a European horse in their U.S. debut, and ran on a bit to finish third.
I thought she ran fine in here. I mean, you know, this was a race where, keep in mind, the heavy favorite won closing, and she was sort of on even terms with that favorite, but No Show Sammy Joe would pay $2.01 in this race.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
It's sort of ridiculous, and so you take her out of the equation, the bigger price Storm Miami was actually able to hold second because of the slow pace. Now, the problem for her potentially in this race is there is a complete and total dearth of speed in this race. And I know it was her first start in the country and she's often more professional, but if she gets left again in a paceless race, she's going to find herself with a lot to do. She might just be so much better than them, it won't matter. But the dynamics of this race are not going to play out in her favor.
Definitely face some good company over in France. We'll see what she does now second off the bench. There is a New York bred Trail of Gold for Dave Donk, making her third start off the layoff. She's another one without much early pace, but she has shown in the past that she can handle going a bit longer.
And she got more speed than Kiamba does.
Yes, she does.
And, you know, the 1 mile and 3/8 race where she was 4th beat and a half length, it shows she can stay the distance and run her race. So I have some confidence she can handle it. What did you think about the one, Agia Marina, perhaps? I mean, you got to think Johnny Velasquez is thinking, I can wire this field.
I would think that would be the game plan with her, especially as you touched on, because there isn't any pace in this race. She's stretching out. She's been going 1 mile. She's a horse that was pretty sharp in her last few races as well. I would think so.
Is there any reason Swiss Moon is going to run better today? Because I was very disappointed. I know it was a slow pace, but man.
It's interesting. She did get bumped a bit. Irad Ortiz came back afterwards, and it's funny, despite the fact that she's small, as we'll talk on about her a little bit more as we go through the post parade, beginning with the number 1, Agia Marina.
She has a chance to wire the field if you want to take a shot against the favorite.
There's Swiss Moon, who we're just touching on.
Yeah, you'll talk more about what you were talking about. We'll see. Is she really a router, though?
Can't fool me. New York bred as well.
I always had a thing for this horse, but I'm not confident that this horse is going to want 11 furlongs to be effective.
There is Kiamba to her outside.
Yeah, she is. I'm not trying to beat this horse, heavy favored or not.
Number 5 is Next Trail of Gold for Dave Donk.
Always liked this horse. She's coming out of some tough fields, and she can run well at the distance.
There's Soul Dance. She did go to the lead going 9 furlongs last time.
Yeah, I bet her last time. She went 51-1. I was counting my money at 6-1, and she almost lost second. That was not an effort that gives me a lot of confidence she's going to win this race, and I also think the one's just faster early.
14-1 on Soul Dance right now.
Your thought on the
yes,
two.
as far as the 2 Swiss Moon is concerned, Irad Ortiz came back afterwards and he said that she ran like a horse that wanted more distance. And sometimes it is counterintuitive with European horses because she's very small. She does not look like she wants to go longer. But sometimes just the way those European races are run, they translate better to more ground when they come stateside.
And I think it's one of the tougher things for both you and Maggie with Europeans because they don't look like our horses.
No, they
you know
don't.
what I mean?
They
So you
don't.
get used to a certain type of horse, and so you see things, and it's just, as you say, counterintuitive in a lot of cases.
Is she 5-1 right now on the board? Let's head down, check in with Maggie trackside.
Yeah, taking a look here at Swiss Moon, of course, my first inclination is that she's small, she's handier, she's been performing well, going 1 mile in France. Why would we try to stretch her out? But here we are. I wonder, too, if they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. Obviously, Acacia might know more than I do, because when she's performed well in Europe, she's been forward, and she's getting a big warm-up beneath Flavien Prat, who is one of the best at judging pace here. Now, I'm not saying she's going to get it over the one, who we'll touch on in a moment, but I just think maybe she will be better suited because maybe perceivably she's a little bit more of a one pace type, and so therefore the longer distance will suit her if she, well, doesn't have to go through her gears, because she doesn't really have any, if she's just more forward overall. And plus, she does look a bit more fit, I think, and just more settled in her second start here in the States. As we'll move on to number 1, Agia Marina. I saw the same thing. You have John Velasquez on a horse who's stretching out from the rail. We saw Amelia Green try to do this with Storm in Miami, going back to that Sheep's Head Bay. So they're in the perfect scenario, at least on paper, to do so. However, I would pick Agia Marina to try to upset the favorite. I just wish she looked better. I can't endorse a horse that has her appearance. She's a bit light. She looks very dull in her coat. And let's face it, it is summertime here. These horses should be turned around and have that kind of resplendent shine to them. And she just doesn't. She was, relatively speaking, I'm just going on by what Acacia just said because I've never covered any of her races, a little bit more subdued as well. But then again, trying a longer distance, that's not the worst thing in the world. But I did land on the favorite in here, guys, as Kiamba. She just looks fantastic. She looks like she's just better than the rest of the foes that she meets today. Based upon appearances, based upon her demeanor, she'll get Lasix for this try here. And I think last time, maybe negatively affected by a slower pace. Mind you, No Show Sammy Joe did not have a walk in the park either. She's just so much better than any of the horses that she met that day, / definitely here in this one. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you so much. 3 to 5. We'll see if her class prevails in here. Kiamba, she was purchased over at the Arcana December sale. Miguel was there actually for that sale.
Did you go?
I did not. Yeah, I did not. Cigar Mile Day.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. You had to be here because Maggie and I were in Jamaica.
I was supposed to go and meet them, but then he ended up coming back early. And
I think it's
yeah.
interesting. You know, we see so many more of the European pedigrees than we used to see. Obviously, a lot of people going to Tattersalls, something that started when Peter Brandt went over there a number of years ago, about 10 years ago now. But also buying horses in Europe. You know, we've got Fantastic Moon, we've got Australia and Camelot. You know, seeing these stallions and seeing them, and I think it's really added a lot to our turf racing as well, and it's made a lot of the 2-year-old racing more interesting.
Absolutely.
It's not easy to go there and buy a horse, be successful. I don't think anybody has had more success, obviously, than Chad Brown with Clarovish stables and buying those horses.
Yeah, with the
Grade 1 win this weekend.
yearling sales
Right.
and things like that, kind of changing a lot of what people wanted to do. Obviously, Christophe Clement was going for years
Right.
over to France in particular, and especially getting mares, and they were able to kind of transfer some of that form over here, which is sometimes kind of the safest gamble to buy a horse of racing age.
Well, Christophe had such I mean, not only is his brother obviously a top trainer over there, and his father had been as well, but also working for Luca Comani, who a lot of people tell you maybe one of the greatest trainers in the history of the game, and Christophe working for him. And Miguel worked for Hugo Palmer, is that right? Yeah. Another great trainer over in Europe, and I would got to think that experience is invaluable.
100%. Always good to expand your horizons if possible. Kiamba 1 to 2 right now. Do you feel it's a bit too short on her?
No.
Do you think that's valid?
No, I'll be honest with you. I think that 7 to 2 is too short in the 1. I'm not betting on horses like this, but I just think Kiamba is better than these horses. You know, I think there's the question, how much running did she really do last time? Well, I don't know how much running she could do. It's a slow-paced race. She got left. She's not as good as No Show Sammy Joe, at least at this point in her career, who's a pretty good accomplished horse for Graham Motion.
She is.
The second horse was almost able to wire the field. The big Achilles heel is she's got to break a little better and the lack of pace. But from a talent standpoint, she may just dwarf these horses.
See how it plays out in race 2 on the turf, going 1 mile and 3/8. Coming up next here, Belmont at the Big A. You're watching it live on Fox Sports. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Kiamba's in, Trail of Gold, and Soul Dance. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Agia Marina has asked for speed towards the inside, but quickest. Here's Soul Dance. And Jamie Rodriguez, Soul Dance, gets to the lead easily, is quickly up by 1.5 lengths. Soul Dance will show the way into the turn, and Agia Marina is now a little keen there in second. Just got past to the outside as here comes Swiss Moon. Swiss Moon and Flavien Prat wants to engage and stalk that pace setter. Back to third now at the rail is John Velasquez and Gia Marina. They reach the top of the lane here for the first time. Kiamba is a well-settled fourth. Very rank. In behind horses there, Can't Fool Me, and the early trailer, Trail of Gold. Soul Dance shows the way, and Soul Dance is tugging, is up by 3/4 of a length. Swiss Moon is engaged and stalking in comfortable towards the outside in second. At the rail, a ground-saving journey, Gia Marina. Kiamba is patiently ridden, is just drafting right in behind Swiss Moon. Sitting there in the fourth position with At the Rail towards the back end, still hard to settle, is Can't Fool Me and Trail of Gold. The trailer, 50.52 for that posted half-mile time, and Soul Dance now turns it up. It's Soul Dance who's up by a full length. Swiss Moon has been there throughout as they work to the backstretch, and At the Rail at Gia Marina. Haven't changed the running order much as Kiamba is still a heavy favorite and now well settled in fourth. Second to last is Can't Fool Me and Trail of Gold, still at the back end of the field. Soul Dance will try to pull off the upset. It's Soul Dance and Jamie Rodriguez. They've been there throughout as they approach the far turn one more time. Swiss Moon is waiting for the cue here from second. At the rail, Gia Marina. No move yet from Kiamba, and Manny Franco sitting in fourth, just right in behind this leading trio as they're well into the far turn now, and they've started the sprint for home. Soul Dance is still there. Muscling off the rail there was Gia Marina, now moves to the two-path. Swiss Moon is trying to pick things up 3 wide. Kiamba's got about 3.5, almost 4 lengths to make up on the field as Gia Marina is trying to sprint away from them. Gia Marina is now up by 3, and Gia Marina is drifting out into the center of the course, but is well clear. 16th left to go. John Velasquez, Gia Marina, they win it. Swiss Moon is in a photo there with the oncoming Trail of Gold. Can't Fool Me, finished fourth.
Gia Marina did get the win, stretching out in distance. Turns out, though, it was not while being on the lead.
Right, we were wondering why Johnny rated her. It turned out to be the right move, as she absolutely smashed this field. I mean, she was much the best. Something must have gone wrong with Kiamba. I mean, you can say I want to bet against her and you beat her and that's fine. She was awful. I mean, she finished 5th in here. Manny got her in great position. She had no excuse from a trip standpoint. She was dreadful.
A disappointing effort, looking like when he tipped her out, didn't really kick on as you would have hoped. Gia Marina, though, she did, despite maybe drifting out when in the clear, in the stretch, as you heard in Chris's call. She gets the victory at 4-1. Pace was set by the number 6, Soul Dance. Not too much of a surprise there. Johnny took a hold of Gia Marina, and as you said, actually did prove to be the right kind of trip.
I mean, she absolutely loved the distance. You can say, well, the time isn't that fast, but with that pace, it's actually a fast race. You know, she came the last 5/8 of a mile. They came in under a minute flat, and she probably made up about a length or so, good trip or not, and they came home. I mean, she came the last 1/8 of a mile in 11 and 0.71. So she couldn't really go any faster, and she just destroyed this field.
1-5, 2-3 in the second. Going along on the turf, Gia Marina handles the stretch out in distance with success and still feeling sharp heading back to the winner's circle. We're back on America's Day at the Races as we see Agia Maria head into the winner's circle for trainer Amelia Green, who's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia, here with Amelia, and what a masterful ride we saw from the Hall of Famer John Velazquez. Amelia aboard Agia Marina. We all thought she might go to the lead. Was that by design to sit back and have a pace setter in front of you?
No, I thought I would be on the lead too. That was plan A, but obviously when you have Johnny on your horse, you trust him and he'll go to plan B if needed, and he rode it perfectly. And yeah, when the 6 went, plan B, like I say, worked out perfectly.
She's a filly that's been participating in shorter distance races. It really felt as though she took fondly to this mile and 3/8.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it. I was just saying to the owner, she came home the last 8th in 11 and 3, I think. So she really quickened down the lane, and maybe we've been running a little too short all along.
Well done you. I do want to ask you, I want to reminisce a little bit because we're seeing Life is Good Babies really performing well in his first crop. You're, of course, the regular exercise rider for Life is Good. Do you have any in your barn?
I do. I have a couple. I have a colt and a filly. Oh, I have 2 fillies and a colt, yeah.
Do they remind you at all of him?
They do. They all have a very good mind, which was the biggest thing about him. He was very switched off when you need him to be, but when you need him to be switched on, he was definitely switched on. And they all seem to have that too. You know, they're very professional in everything they do. They train however you want them to. And yeah, I'm glad he's passing that down.
Absolutely. Very, very exciting, sire. And congratulations to you here with Agia Marina.
Thank you very much.
Acacia.
Maggie, thank you so much. Agia Marina with the victory, 10:78 over Trail of Gold and Swiss Moon in race 2. John Velazquez pulling an audible, but as Amelia said, you don't worry when you have Johnny V in the saddle.
A little bridge jumping action, obviously, on the favorite creates some slightly inflated show payouts.
Take a look at the field for race 3, going 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. Right now, it's Opulent Restraint making her first start for Bill Mott, who's currently the favorite, and she is coming out of, by far, the toughest races. Has a layoff to contend with and the barn switch.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly a secret that owner Peter Brandt decided to move some of his horses, not all of them, but some of them away from Chad Brown. And listen, it'll be interesting because Bill Mott, over the last 5 years, is 0 for 21 off trainer changes in turf routes with only 4 hitting the board, and that includes Jazora.
Horses in the paddock for the upcoming 5th race at Laurel Park. We'll talk more about it when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
I first came here in 1974 with my grandmother. It was a Saturday in November. There were 38,000 people here. I'd been bothering her. 74. You know, I was cutting the charts out from the paper every day. I'd been going to Saratoga that summer. I want to go, I want to go. And we took the old Aqueduct special. We had those big tokens you used to use for them. They would pull up right in front of the station and just thousands of people pouring down the ramp, heading in for the double. And just the scene of it, and just seeing it as a kid and coming out here with her and being here with all of these people, it was just packed. And it was really exciting for me. My grandmother was the world's greatest grandmother. She would do anything I wanted. So when I'm here, I think of my grandmother. I'm gonna miss the sight lines. Like, we're sitting here outside. You can see the entire racetrack from our studio that we use in Equestris. You turn around, you can just watch the whole race. That's one of the beauties of Aqueduct, is the ability to watch a race in live without looking on TV and see the race. This place is like home to me. You know, I mean, there's something great about a racetrack you can take the subway to. So much of my life was around here. All of those things are all memories. They're not going to go away because the place closes. And I think life is about making good memories, and I have so many good ones here at Aqueduct.
Absolutely love these little vignettes. Big hats off to Eldon Phillips and Ernie Munich putting these all together. Well done, Andy. It was really special, obviously, to hear you kind of walk us through some of the memories. You spent a lot of time here.
Oh, I have, and Ernie and Eldon as well, who do such good work for us and really backbones of our show with so many people behind the scenes. I have so many great memories, and think of my grandmother, who I was very close to, and we used to come out here all the time, and I'll tell you, it was very easy with her. I didn't have to worry. I just bet an Angel Cordero for her every race. She loved Angel. But we came out here. We were here when Bold Forbes won the Wood. We saw Believe It beat Alydar in the Remsen. We came a lot. And when I finally moved here in the 80s, we would still come out. She'd always come here. We'd come to Belmont as well. But yeah, I mean, so many great memories of Aqueduct. It's just, you know, different people. You always knew where different people were. And, you know, you weren't here when the full track was open and the big crowds were coming here. And Aqueduct, the winter, coming out every Saturday and Sunday. I mean, many, many years before I worked here, many trips here. I'm going to miss Aqueduct, taking the subway. There's something romantic about taking a subway. So Auteuil is the Aqueduct of Paris. The subway gets off right by Auteuil. You got a little farther in the wood, the Bois de Boulogne, to go to Longchamp. But I love that, and I'm going to miss that about Aqueduct. Many, many great memories of great, great horses running here.
Really special ones, and love looking back on those. We'll have some from the entire team throughout the final weeks at the Big A. Horses stepping onto the turf, though, at Laurel Park for the 5th race, going a mile on the grass. We check in with Kelly.
Thanks, Acacia. Listen, this 5th race, it was the hardest race that I had to handicap throughout the card, but very interesting here. I'm going to go with one that's 5-1 right now, and a Brittany Russell first off of the layoff here in Drilling for Gold. Now, long off the layoff is exactly what Brittany Russell specializes in best. He stood out to me in the paddock. For a turf horse, he was just he had a bit of a strong presence. He was a bit hefty for a turf horse, and last out, he kind of slid against the gate. There was a little bit of bumper car action. Sheldon took him back, which is the right decision. It was a wide trip, but begrudgingly came off the race. His tail was switching a little bit, and I just think we're overall going to get a better trip here. Now we can go ahead to our favorite here in Without for Graham Motion. Georgie Ruiz gets the call. This one, he's really long for how not tall he is. He's very angular here, but he's seemingly the favorite by class, but he only has so much turn of foot. You know, the French form reflects the USA form. He needs to be within a striking distance early on, which is funny because he does have that natural kick out of the gate to make it happen. And we've got a short run up here before the turn going the mile, and he's got a gun for it. So not totally vulnerable here, but I think there's a lot of little factors here as a favorite that really need to go right. But you got to include Motion in Maryland. But I'm also going to go ahead to the number 6, the other Brittany Russell runner here in Beekman Street, who teams up with Yezdeet Hazelwood. Now they're 4 for 9 as of lately. So this is not just kind of a apprentice gimme here. And this is the more finessed of the two Brittany Russell runners. He's lighter, so it makes sense that they're just going to pattern And the dam, you know, this one is a half to Matador. The dam one, the Glens Falls, who was fourth in the Fort Marcy as far as being the half to Matador. So just keep that in mind. But I think the speed here, this one looks to be the speed. Going to go ahead and take a look just at the number 5. And Jibilion here for Renardo Richards. J-Ron Barbosa with the blinkers off here. But looks, this one's coming off of a layoff. And I think this one is going to need a race. According to just, this one had a little bit too much condition on him. Acacia?
Kelly, thank you so much. We'll see how it plays out in this 5th race coming up without a very short price for Grand Motion. This horse has faced some very nice horses recently.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to beat the favorite. I also thought Drilling for Gold would probably be forward, though she wasn't last time. But you'd like to think Sheldon Russ would be more aggressive today. I'm not trying to beat the favorite here.
On the turf for the 5th, here's Dave Rodman with the call.
Beekman Street. Hank's Divining Rod. Mile on the turf, rail 17 feet. And they're off. Beat slow to go, Hank's Divining Rod. Jibilion Drilling for Gold got a sharp break today, and Brady's right there too. So it's going to be Drilling for Gold and Brady. 1-2 into the first turn run. Darago is saving ground, is 2.5 lengths off of speed. Jibilion broke well, but is taken back in about 4th position and about 4 or 5 lengths off the early speed without his ground saving. Then it's Hank's Divining Rod, and Beekman Street settles in last position. Drilling for Gold at a moderate pace leads it from Brady by about a length, and Darago up close in 3rd, the opening quarter 23/4 of a second. Jibilion out of the clear from 4th. Here's Without racing 5th while saving ground. Then it's Hank's Divining Rod and trailing the field Beekman Street still. No change at all with a half mile left to go. Drilling for Gold to catch leads the way from Brady a length and change, and Darago is in 3rd. And on the outside, Jibilion, the half was in 47 3/5 of a second. And now Without's trying to get going on the inside. Without moves 4th on the inside, 5 to make up, but Drilling for Gold's been nursed along throughout. Drilling for Gold, Brady on the outside. Darago perched for a run in 3rd, just looking for a bit of racing room. Inside or outside for Darago? That's the question. Into the stretch, Darago going to switch to the outside in the meantime. Without is saving that ground. 1 furlong left to go. Here's Darago on the outside. Drilling for Gold's trying to hold. In between horses, Without is trying to surge. Darago and Drilling for Gold. Extreme outside. Jibilion is coming with a late run too. Here's Darago and Forrest Boyce. Darago Drilling for Gold, and then it was Jibilion 3rd Without 4th.
Darago looking like was taking a big step up in class. First off the claim for Robbie Bales. Gets to the winner's circle. Pick up mount for Forrest Boyce.
Well, this horse has been running in lower level races. Good form, though, and got it done with an absolutely perfect trip in here. Robbie Bales have been 0 for 4 off the claim with Turf Routers before that, but he snapped that very small schneid. You know, Without tried to go inside, but he was disappointing. He had a chance to do some running, and he just didn't. He got outfinished.
Back over to New York, there is Opulent Restraint coming up in the 3rd race. She's coming out of a Grade 1 try at Keeneland in the QE2, where she ran behind Lush Lips, who was in tremendous form at the time. She will try to make her first start for Bill Mott, a winning one.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the question is she a horse that Chad kind of got her to perform at the highest level she could, and you just don't know how these horses are going to do going forward. Obviously, her good races, especially at this distance, are going to make her very tough. The only other horse that has races that are this good would be Sovology, but those races are going much, much longer. But, you know, when you've got an odds-on horse and I see a trainer stat like that, it's going to make me a little leery.
4 to 5 on Opulent Restraint. She's always very energetic individual coming out of several graded stakes tries. We'll take a look at the Chad Brown runner, though. Growth trajectory, first start since January.
Yeah, I was hoping she could find that form from her first start. I'm not running to take 3 to 1 on her because she hasn't been as good, but she was against the track in the second career start, and her first start suggests that she's good enough to compete and she can be forward.
There's Sovology off a year-plus layoff.
Not great numbers, Shug, 250-plus day layoffs in turf routes, just 4 for 33. She got good, but did she get good going longer, or did she just improve?
Your favorite, Opulent Restraint.
Listen, she is the right favorite in this race. She's the speed, and she has the good races. The stat makes me a little bit reticent, though.
A little bit less ground for the 4 Lady Firefoot.
She's kind of Neat horse that's kept some good company, but she's probably not good enough to win this race.
Been running in some tough races. There is Unreasonable, who's also cutting back.
She's an in and outer. I like a little less distance for her second off the layoff, and perhaps she'll get something from her first race back.
And Peak Hype, another Chad Brown runner, off the layoff to the outside.
I thought this horse has really improved a lot. The concern I have is whether or not she has the speed to be close. And the reason I took the 1 over her is I thought she could be more forwardly placed. But at twice the price, she might be a better bet given 6-1. That's a pretty good price, but she doesn't have any speed.
6-1 on her right now. The other Chad Brown runner, though, is Growth Trajectory to the inside. As you said, she ran a very fast race on debut at Monmouth back last year.
Yeah, I mean, if you take that as her baseline, she's a major threat, the favorite. Now, obviously, a lot's happened since then, but she was wide in a day the rails were down and was really against the flow of that race. So I can give her an excuse for her next start, and she did not run a particularly fast race when she came back and won in November. So who is she? I don't care about her synthetic race. Is she the horse that ran first time, or was she a first-timer that ran very well that's not really that good? We'll find out more, but I think the thing to like about her also is she should be tracking right behind Opulent Restraint.
4-5, though, an Opulent Restraint, Maggie, as she comes back for the new barn. Is she very much the one to beat out there on the track?
I don't know. I saw it a little bit more wide open, and I get why on form that she is the horse to beat. She's just battle tested. She has faced some of the best in this division, including horses like Lush Lips and Laurelin and Fionn, and obviously Nitrogen when she was still a turf horse. But she looks fantastic here. I have no complaints with her physically, and that sometimes she comes off of layoffs and she looks as though she needs a start. She's just a bit heavy, a bit soft looking, but she is defined, massive engine on her behind the saddle, looking incredibly strong and just fine-tuned and chiseled back there. And typical of her, she's very animated in her disposition. She's kind of one of those horses that it's like she takes being a supermodel to the next level. Like she just struts around and gives these pouty faces at everybody like, oh, look at me. But we'll see. I mean, Bill Mott, we saw what happened with Gazora. He's my favorite trainer, but those stats are telling. I looked up first after the trainer change on the turf off of a 6-month plus layoff, 1 for 13. So with an 88-cent ROI. We'll see. I'm cautiously optimistic about her, but I thought there were some other things going on, as Chad Brown will send out two in here to bookend the field. Growth Trajectory, I have yet to see her up close and personal, but she is striding out incredibly well, moving very well from the paddock to the racetrack. She looks incredibly fit. She does lack a little bit of a hind end, where hinting at maybe a start will develop her in that department a bit more, but no doubt about it, she's ready for this return to the races, and hoping that, as Andy said, she can be forwardly placed in here. I think that gives her her best shot at winning. Chad's other horse in here, Peak Hype, she ran some decent numbers towards the tail end of her 3-year-old year last year. She doesn't necessarily get out of the gate, and that's evidenced in her lack of fluid movement behind. She's just not a very good mover behind, and so therefore if you're not using yourself as mechanically if your mechanics aren't optimal, you're not going to build up the muscle back there. And I think that's my biggest gripe with her. So maybe she'll need a start just to get that all flowing yet again. But she is a little bit stronger overall. And while she was striding out really well in the paddock, just that kind of movement in the warm-up I noticed yet again here. Now, Silvology, she has a big, long layoff to overcome. And I really feel like this is just a starting point for her. She is definitely a little bit on the heavier side. I thought it was interesting. She actually ran, and I know it was probably a product of being in graded stakes that she ran faster races, but she did run very well without Lasix. And she comes back here off of that 13-month plus layoff on it again. We'll see how Silvology does. Like Andy said, she's better going a bit longer, and I just feel like a mile and a 16th, they're just getting a race back into her. I'm going to land on the horse that has recency. I know Miguel Clement's horses did not run particularly well in the last race, but Unreasonable, she also comes out of that Sheep's Head Bay. And I just didn't think she looked particularly fit back on May 1st. She's so much more tucked up and defined. Like Andy said, I don't mind a little less ground for her overall. I think she's kind of versatile and adaptable in that respect. And she's not like she's a big gangly horse or one that's particularly, kind of long and very European looking. She's not necessarily. So I do like Unreasonable here at 8-1, Acacia.
8-1, nice price. We always laugh at the name as she is Unreasonable. Second off of the layup, and she should be forward.
No, I didn't see. That's my concern. Do you think she should be forward? I'm not sure. I mean,
I think she runs better when
she does, but those paces are pretty slow.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's my problem. But I'm not going to knock taking her at 8-1. I'm going to try to beat the 3.
You're going with 1?
Yep.
5-2 on the number 1 Growth Trajectory. All eyes on Opulent Restraint, though, at 4-5 as they go into the gate for the 3rd. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Unreasonable and Peak Hype. Peak Hype. Hesitates. Now goes in. All set. And they're off. Opulent Restraint shows early speed, and here comes Unreasonable and also Peak Hype in that early mix too. Unreasonable, Manny Franco trying to cross over is chased by Peak Hype to the outside, and they are nose and nose into the turn together. Opulent Restraint is now a well-settled 3rd with at the rail, that's Growth Trajectory in 4th. Silvology is going to be in 5th towards the back end of the field with the trailer, Lady Firefoot. Peak Hype is challenging and now puts a neck in front of Unreasonable, who's now going to let this leader press on. Peak Hype and Ricardo Santana Jr. showing the way. Opulent Restraint and Junior Alvarado progressing, and they're in 3rd. About to challenge for 2nd is back to 3rd. Now will be Unreasonable. Growth Trajectory is warming to the task. Flavian Pratt just letting Growth Trajectory glide into the race with Silvology. They travel as a pair. And the trailer, Lady Firefoot. 47.55 for a half-mile time. Peak Hype is the leader. It's Peak Hype who's in front and takes him into the turn. Right to the outside. Opulent Restraint has continued to pursue from 2nd. Unreasonable is called upon the effort there from 3rd. Growth Trajectory has lost some ground, is bottled up in behind horses. Silvology to the outside, and Lady Firefoot, the trailer, tightly packed as they reach the top of the lane. Peak Hype is trying to extend the margin. Lady Firefoot gets a dream opening at the rail. Ground-saving journey coming after the leader. Also running on is Unreasonable, and now Growth Trajectory has moved out wider. Meanwhile, Peak Hype is still there. Peak Hype by 3/4 of a length. Peak Hype, Unreasonable. Peak Hype won it. Unreasonable 2nd, then a photo. That was Lady Firefoot with Growth Trajectory.
Well, not exactly how Race Shape on paper looked like it was going to play out, but Peak Hype ended up wiring the field. An incredibly smart move from Ricardo Santana.
I took the Chad Brown horse that I assumed would be forward, and that was Growth Trajectory. If I had known, and it's proof that I have no idea what they're going to do with the Chad Brown horses, that this horse going in the front, I would have unloaded on this horse at 5-1. I think she's running very well at the end of the year. Great ride by Ricardo, and the 2 riders, Manny Franco and Ricardo Santana, that were aggressive, paid off. Now listen, Opulent Restraint ran dead last. It was terrible. Yeah. But I don't know why they would rate a horse like that. I mean, they went 24. Her weapon is her speed. I don't know why you take it away. She ran terribly, but nonetheless, just don't understand why you rate speed horses. Don't get it.
Yeah, but bit of a question mark as to why she was positioned where she was early on. Off the board, Opulent Restraint. Peak Hype, though, with the victory at 5-1. Makes her seasonal debut, a winning one. Aggressive ride by Ricardo Santana. Really top 2 that were aggressive, paying off and holding on. 6-5-1-4 in the 3rd race. Peak Hype with the victory at 5-1 and a minor upset, bringing prices and more when we come back. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we just saw a little bit of an upset and an aggressive ride paying off here at Belmont at the Big A. In race 3, Ricardo Santana sent Peak Hype to the lead, and this is a horse he's ridden before, Andy, but a change in tactics really paid off today.
She's a horse that's had some difficulty breaking in her career, and she's just never been anywhere close. And as we were talking before the race, the reason I preferred the 1 to the 6 was I expected the 1 to be much forward. Honestly, she wasn't winning. This was not a good ride by Flavien Prat. He allowed himself to get shuffled out of the race and spent a lot of time in bad position,
restraint.
Losing on the 1. On the 1, as far as opulent restraint, she was awful. But this horse, great move by Ricardo Sendinger. Absolutely great move by him.
Horses that were forward finished 1-2, 12.82 on Peak Hype, getting the win in race 3. Take a look at the field for the 4th race. We're back to the main track. A starter allowance going 6.5 furlongs for fillies and mares. And right now, the number 1, Hey Cookie, even money to the inside.
That just feels like a random now 3 to 1. I have to
1.
imagine by post time that Howling Wind, the 2 and the 4, Princess New York, will vie for favoritism. We'll see how much money Flavien takes on the outside with Big Air.
That's the field for the 4th race. We'll talk about it a little bit more when we come back. We'll also preview the stakes action coming up from Monmouth Park this weekend. Some really strong stakes races to look forward to, including the Salvatore Mile, where Bishop's Bay will take his show onto the Jersey Shore and look to pick up another stakes victory.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com. I'm told these are the Conservatory Gardens by Central Park.
Okay. All right.
Looks like a beautiful spot.
Where is that exactly? Do we know?
I have no idea. Central Park is quite big.
Yes, it is. From 110th Street down to 59th Street, I want to say. I think it's 110th Street. I think it's the northernmost.
Wow. Horses stepping on the track for the 6th race at Laurel Park. The number 1, Regal Flair, went by. Here's the 2, Gotta Be the Shoes.
Yeah, well, this horse has had plenty of chances, has one race going 5.5 to turf that gives her a chance.
Call Me Red a big price. There's the 4, Hail No.
Yeah, that would be my response. Now, this horse also has some back races good enough, but not recent ones. A lot of chances.
The 5 is main track only is out. There's the 6, the Rizzler's Girl, back to grass.
Yeah, this one is probably an underlay right now at 51 to 1.
Belle of Liberty, switching back to the turf.
Yeah, she has speed, but I'm not in love with her races. But she's run okay, I guess, in the turf. Okay.
Big price on first-time starter Sunday Lyrics.
With a ton of pedigree.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to lose a few dollars in this one.
Yeah. Oh, big price on this one, too. First-time starter Mosler Party.
Yeah, bad Euro pedigree. Bad week.
The number 10, Pony Island, ran okay on the grass last time.
I thought this horse was kind of the worst to beat. They're betting more on the one that finished behind her in that race, Barbed Wire Barbie.
First time on turf for spring training.
Without much pedigree. Kobe's back surprisingly is 10%, I think, in turf sprints.
Speaking of Barbed Wire Barbie, there she is.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she's a shorter price than the 10, but they seem like the logicals.
And Hollywood Mischief. I know you had fun looking up this pedigree.
Yeah, the second dam is Cloak of Vagueness, was owned by our friend Steve Dunker, that ran very well for Phil Oswald years ago, and she was a very good turf and dirt horse. I mean, this horse has got one horse that ran in a turf and won, but that horse was a Mosler and engaged. It's a small sample, but is 0 for 11 so far with the turf runners.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. As Andy pointed out, all the attention coming to the 12 Barbed Wire Barbie in this turf sprint as we check in with Callie at Laurel.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm actually going to go ahead and take a look at the number 10, 9 to 2. Andy, you were talking about, why so much money built on this horse, but this one actually kind of bested Barbed Wire Barbie, who is rightfully the favorite in the race, but I think it was a first-time adjustment to the turf in that effort last time out for the number 10 Pony Island, and I think that we're just second-time turf is going to be a little bit better for me. So I think in that sense, that's kind of what I'm going with. So as far as the whole rank situation goes, to me, it was just a check. In my opinion, it didn't really take away from the overall trip, as as horse and jockey just didn't have enough steam power to keep going with that first flight. Finished up well and was just simply running tired from adjusting to running on a new surface, but came correct now. Going to the favorite and Barbed Wire Barbie for Mark Schumann, Yezdit Hazelwood, again, rightfully so, returning back to the turf. But what's funny is that the dam won in her second turf start at Saratoga. Now we're sitting on the second turf start for Barbed Wire Barbie. Last time out, Hazelwood was kind of playing it too cute on the inside and trying to be a hero on the rail when I thought it was completely unnecessary. And as a result, both jockey and Philly got distracted trying to finish on the race. She stayed on her left lead, but I know Yezdit Hazelwood will just be coming at things a little bit better here today. I just think it's quite simple. I understand this one is the favorite. Let's go ahead to the number 13, though. A first-time starter, Robbie Bales, won the last race on a turf at a price. Gets J-Ron Barbosa today. This one has been entered 5 times from last July until now. 2 were AE runs, 3 were trainer scratches, and this one is a half to War Humor, who in his third start won his third race in the Jamestown Enlisted Stakes in Virginia. So that outside post could help. The gate works seemingly enough. They're just enough for me here today. So I liked what I saw there coming from the 13 when I saw this one on the track as well. We'll also be last to load. That's an angle I like with a first-time starter. Even though a lot of people don't like a first-time starter going on the outside, I like that this one doesn't get to, have to stay as long in the gate. So again, we're talking about a chestnut here. A lot of things can go haywire, but won't be spending too long in the gates. Also wanted to take some attention to the number 2 on the inside, and gotta be the shoes for Damon Diodovico, Raul Mena, and he had the option between riding the 7 and the 2, and he does go with the 2 here, and just riddled with trip issues with this one. It was a good race last time out, last turf effort, but in the good turf race all the way back in September, and I will say that there was a goose incident in that race. So blinkers on might work just to kind of keep this one focused and a bit of a smoother trip. But because this one has to overcome so much bad luck, I just don't love the inside post. But I like the horse in general at 7-1. Now going ahead to the number 7, who's been taking some attention in Belle of Liberty for Joanne Schenkel. And this is where we get really interesting because Georgie Ruiz gets the call on this one. And we don't see a lot of team up between this horse and rider combination. So, I mean, there's plenty of excuses. Obviously, the speed is the way to go with this one. And speed has been helping out a little bit with some of these runners. Even if the speed isn't winning, the speed is still staying here for the number 7. Acacia?
Callie, thank you very much. Race 6 coming up at Laurel Park. Again, this one is a 5.5 turf sprint mating claiming for 16,000. Some of the horses with turf sprint experience taking most of the attention now. The 12 Barbed Wire Barbie, still the favorite.
I'm going to try to get the 8 or 13 for a very tiny amount of money, just for some action into the exacta, mostly with the 10 and the 12, who looked like the logicals to me. And I bet a couple dollars win the 8 at that crazy price. Maybe the money means the horse can't run. But this horse does have enough pedigree to play, and boy, it's not going to take a Herculean effort to get it here. And they're betting a lot on the 13 too for Robbie Bales, who we just saw won the last race.
See if he can get his own little rolling double here, sprinting on the grass. 9-5 on the 12 Barbed Wire Barbie. She and Pony Island will meet once again between the 10 coming up.
The affirmed Denali of maiden claiming 5.5 furlong turf horses at Laurel, as we have 2-year-olds in the next race. And you were mentioning to me that the first Flight Line is debuting later today at Churchill.
Yes.
And you have one you guys are getting ready to run at Saratoga.
I believe one for my husband is supposed to run around opening day.
Excellent.
In Saratoga.
Be a lot of hype around those Flight Lines. I'll look forward to betting against them at short prices.
They're going to take 2-5 on the Flight Line
like
for Mark
said,
Cassey, by the way.
Maybe we need to look and get involved.
Yeah, they were unbelievably well supported at the sales, both yearling and 2-year-old as well. So
the understatement of the year.
Yes, including a $10.5 million Son of Flightline selling at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. So very interesting to see. My husband has a handful, and they're all different, which I think is very interesting. You see a lot of influence in the dam sire side.
I've been around a long time, and I've seen a lot of very good horses go to stud with some hype, and it often doesn't seem to pan out. I hope it works out for them. He was obviously a brilliant racehorse, but so was Formal Gold.
That's a very good point.
So was
keeping a lot of
Spectacular
eyes
Bid.
on those. Yeah, looking
So was
forward.
Affirmed.
You touched on the 2-year-olds coming up in the next race at Laurel. We have some freshman stallions in there as well, including Speaker's Corner in Nashville. Looks like a fun freshman crop this year. The early voting scratch, he's the one that I was really excited to see.
Yeah, he's been doing well.
Very good stallion thus far.
I agree. I was disappointed that one came out for Mike Trombetta. And the Speaker's Corner, Harper's Corner, worked 10, I think 10 a fifth.
10 and 1,
I thought it looked okay in that work at,
at
OBS.
It was on her left lead, but I thought she moved fine and she wasn't asked much. I agree.
We'll see with Speaker's Corner. He certainly had a lot of ability before he just completely fell apart. I think back-to-back Heartbreakers versus Flight Line and Life is Good just kind of broke his little heart.
Well, they all get to duke it out again with their 2-year-olds on the track, which is pretty fun as well.
I agree.
2-year-olds coming up in the 7th race at Laurel. First, though, we have the 6th race sprinting on the turf here. They are continuing the load slowly
one of the
but
longest
surely.
loads ever. I think the Derby loaded about twice as fast.
Slowly for a turf sprint race with a big field. Good luck, Dave Rodman. He has the call for this group coming up in the 6th.
And Hollywood Mischief. 5.5 furlongs. Rail at 70 feet. Second wire finish. Last one stepping up. Hollywood Mischief. In the gate, almost in the gate. Here's Hollywood Mischief. Still back there. All in but Hollywood Mischief. Barbed Wire Barbie is the 3-1 favorite with 1 to load. All of it standing well, waiting for Hollywood Mischief and Geron Barbosa. Halfway in. And in line now. Second finish line, 5.5. And they're off. Walking out of there was Call Me Red. Very awkward beginning as well last. Hail no. Hail no, and the Rizzler's Girl has early speed, and Belle of Liberty there on the outside, and a three-way mix-up of the early pace. Barbed Wire Barbie gets position outside of that trio, heading into the far turn when Hollywood Mischief is there on the far outside as they round the far turn. In the meantime, Mosler Party saving ground around the turn. Gotta Be to Shoes follows, but steady there in some tight quarters. Then Sunday Lyrics is about 7 or 8 lengths off the pace and out in the clear wild 3 wide. Regal Flair and Pony Island are next, and Spring Training, and well back to the slow starting Call Me Red. Into the stretch, about a quarter of a mile left to go. Second wire run. Belle of Liberty, Barbed Wire Barbie is next. And in between horses, Regal Flair down to the inside. Gotta Be to Shoes is next. Spring Training, some late bit of the far outside. Barbed Wire Barbie down to the 16th pole. Barbed Wire Barbie sparring with Belle of Liberty. Belle of Liberty digging in on the inside. Gotta Be to Shoes. It's going to be Belle of Liberty. And then Barbed Wire Barbie and Gotta Be to Shoes down to the inside.
Belle of Liberty pulling the upset, holding off Barbed Wire Barbie in the stretch. 7:12 as we move back over to Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock for the 4th race. That's a look at the current favorite, Princess Nye for Linda Rice, a horse that has some speed as well.
I agree, and this horse is probably the worst speed up front. Has not won a race in the last few starts, but she's run decent races against some better horses. Cuts back a little bit. I was between her and Howling Wind. Howling Wind, the number 2, is the clear co-favorite sort of in multi-race bets. So I imagine she'll come down. To me, it makes no sense. And it's not just that Howling Wind won a race last time in an off-the-turf race. And this is Princess Nye, not the horse you said, but this is her running second.
Princess Nye got a second place finish in her last 2 starts as she finished behind Grayson Grit last time out, who had taken a lot of money that day and ran the best, and this one holding on for second, going 7 furlongs. We'll get a very slight cutback to the 6.5 today. Should be forwardly placed as well, though. We'll see where she positions herself as she's 6-5 right now, going back to Howling Wind. We'll talk about her in a moment, but first, beginning the post parade with the one Hey Cookie.
Yeah, she does get a rider change to Ruben Silvera, and listen, she's got figures that are fringe. I can understand taking her.
Howling Wind ran well last time.
She did. She really ran well too back when she was close to a pace that collapsed at 7 furlongs, and she's been in very good form for Jimmy Ferraro.
Circuit Court ran second in an off-the-turf race.
Big price because she looks a little slow on paper.
Facing a salty group in here. There's Princess Nye, who we just discussed.
I'm not sure why she's an overwhelming favorite here, but she's obviously one of the ones to beat.
Number 5, Carrara cuts back in distance for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, she's just going to have to get faster than she's been lately and really overall.
There is Kay Gunn trying to remain undefeated as she goes through her conditions.
Well, she improved from her first to her second start in the mud. Can she take another step forward? If you want her, she's 4-1, 7-2.
And Big Air, last out winner.
Yeah, against what I thought was weaker, in fact, Circuit Court, who she beat in an off-the-turf race, some Flavian money.
That's the field for the 4th. By the way, there is an inquiry over in the 6th at Laurel Park. We'll keep you updated. I'm not exactly sure what it is involving, but there is an inquiry sign posted in the 6th at Laurel Park.
I think it's down now. Appears to be down.
As it has been taken down.
So that was fast.
Yes. Coming up, Saturday contests. You can get involved. That's the $200 deposit match if you want to play with Naira Bets. But also go on over to NairaBets.com or download the app, and you can take a look at all the great promotions going on over there and all the things to be involved in. So plenty to keep you busy, a lot to take part in. Always great promos at Naira Bets. As far as the 2, Howling Wind is concerned, she got the win last time out. We'll take a look at her victory. As you mentioned, she faced the streaking Helen's Revenge 2 starts back when being forward. Last time out, she got a win of her own.
And even though it was off the turf race, there were a lot of dirt horses in this race, and Nina Kay would take money in this race, and she's dropped down to 3-1. She's going to be much closer to the favorites priced by post time. She's just in good form. I mean, the race before that, I'm not blaming Raylu, but it ended up being moving too soon to a race that just collapsed, so that she ran really well. I mean, Naive Melody, who beat her 3 back, came back and won at Saratoga in a race. Munnings Express is looking like a stakes horse these days. She's been keeping good company. I mean, even at 3-1, I would have no problem betting her in here. I kind of prefer a little the 4. Maggie seems to like Big Air.
Well, let's hear from Maggie as she's getting a good look at these horses trackside.
I feel like this is a race where it was hard to, kind of eliminate the main 4 contenders in here. And while number 2, Howling Wind, as well as number 4, Princess Night, they look great. I have no problems with them, and they're in good form right now. I just wanted to focus in on the outside 2 runners. I like what I'm seeing from Big Air. A filly that ran well last time out in a softer spot, albeit, but it felt as though, not that Linda was very aggressive with her by any means, but, it kind of had higher hopes in that on 2 for 50 when she first claimed her. And I know she wasn't beaten by a horse that you want to love in Vanilla, but I just feel like maybe Linda had to regroup, hence the layoff from January to April. And she just looks as though she's doing incredibly well right now. I thought she looked good in her last start, even better, more so kind of second off the bench. Now, the horse that is looking to remain undefeated is number 6, K-Gun, and she'll have to step up her game yet again, much like she did, though, from first to second start. But boy, physically, she has really stepped up. I didn't like her at all in her debut. I will be the first to admit that. And she didn't check any box. She didn't look good in her coat. She looked weak across her top line. She had no hind end. She was really quiet. I thought she maybe wanted to go longer, but yet she was able to be tactical and get up and draw off even. She has strengthened up so much. She just looks so much more athletic overall for Horacio De Paz. So while I think obviously these are deeper waters yet again, she is on the upward trajectory. Acacia?
We'll see if she can keep her momentum going, trying to remain undefeated. Maggie, thank you. Just a quick update. Now there is an objection going on over at Laurel Park, so still unofficial there, even though they've taken the photo, but it's 2 against 7. So 3rd place finisher against the unofficial winner at Laurel Park, Belle of Liberty.
I have no idea
so
what this objection's about.
Didn't see much in the stretch there, but there is an objection still flashing. So again, still unofficial at Laurel. As far as New York is concerned, Maggie likes Big Air. Heard her reasonings. You are going with the 2 in here, Andy?
I like Howling Wind, yeah. I don't, a lot of money for the 6, huh? K-Gun. I mean, if you want to take the 6, you're taking a horse on the come, which is fine. She's lightly raced. She has upside. She's got to get better. I mean, she's not nearly good enough to win based on her first 2 races. And I think she's a 6-1 shot that's now 7-2, but.
And, with horses that go through their conditions quickly. Yes, to win is great and to get the victory is great, but sometimes it's almost a blessing in disguise when they don't win right off the bat, running in races like this, because as you have to go through your New York bred conditions, your open conditions, whatever it is, the waters get deeper each and every time you win and you have to face tougher company.
I mean, she's meeting some salty horses like the 2 and 4 in here, and it's the same price as, of course there's no change at Laurel because absolutely nothing happened.
So 7, 12, 2, 11 at Laurel in the 6th race, Belle of Liberty. I'm sorry, finish your thought there.
No, there wasn't much to it. I think we've talked
3
this
to
race
2
to death.
on the number 4, Princess Nye, in the 4th race coming up here. We'll see if K-Gun can extend her margin of victory as she is trying to go 3 for 3. Fun race coming up in the 4th, sprinting on the main track. Chris Griffin has the call.
And Big Air. All set. And they're off. Carrara with early speed, and K-Gun was off slowly towards the back end of the field. From in between horses, there goes Princess Nye, and Princess Nye right to the front is up by 3/4 of a length. Pushing through here at the rail, that's Hey Cookie. Challenging out wider is Carrara. That's the top trio. Up on the far outside is Big Air. As a close-up 4th, and in 5th is Howling Wind is right up on this pace. K-Gun is on the move. Ricardo Santana Jr. now second to last with the trailer. Circuit Court, 22.60. The opening quarter mile. Princess Nye takes him into the far turn, is up by 3/4 of a length still. Carrara is engaged still, stalking from second, 3 wide. Here comes Big Air. K-Gun starts to roll with Howling Wind, as dropping back quickly was Hey Cookie and the trailer, Circuit Court. It's Princess Nye, who's had it all her own way, is approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Princess Nye will hug the rail. K-Gun has been progressing with ease, is out in the center of the racetrack, is going to try and gun this leader down. It's Princess Nye who's in front. K-Gun is sprinting after that leader as they approach a final furlong, down to these two right now. Princess Nye, K-Gun trying to time it up with a 16th left to go. Princess Nye, K-Gun. K-Gun catching with every stride. A confident ride. K-Gun, Santana, they win it. Princess Nye finished second, then Hey Cookie and Big Air.
K-Gun zipping through her conditions. She stays undefeated, 3 for 3 now. New York bred, homebred for Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. She run down the loose on the lead, Princess Nye.
Yeah, once Howling Wind was somewhat surprisingly rated in this race, they allowed this horse to just dictate in the front end, and it felt like Princess Nye was 2 to 5. Listen, I didn't see K-Gun. I salute you if you had this horse. I didn't see it. She looked like an 8 to 1 shot to me. She was 4 to 1, and she ran the best race of anybody and won.
Maggie said she strengthened, stacked up with her competition, and she showed that today. Really big efforts from the top two, and disappointing from pretty much everybody else in here. 8 to 5 was Princess Nye, as she was able to control things on the front end, just got caught late. 6-4, 1-7. Second win today for Ricardo Santana, who's riding in a good groove right now. 4 to 1, slight upset. K-Gun remains undefeated. It's a victory for Horacio De Paz. Prices and more when we come back. We're back on America's Day at the Races. You heard in Andy's Remembering Aqueduct piece how much he liked taking the A-Train over to the Big A. You can take the A train to a lot of places.
Well, you can take it to the air train to go to JFK, the stop right after Aqueduct.
Something I have done many a time.
Yeah.
You can't take the A train to Monmouth, but you can take the train.
You can take the train.
Yes.
Goes right there.
I've also done before. Monmouth Saturday stakes schedule, 4 stakes in the card. Greg Wolf going to be there with Paul and Megan.
They used to have a boat. They used to have the went down, ferry went down, and you get there and they get a bus to the track or something. In the old days,
that's
Pete
cool.
Axtell used to take the boat way back in the day. I don't know if they still do that, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking forward to the stakes coming up at Monmouth, though. Came up some really fun fields, including the Salvatore Mile, which I thought was a really interesting group, including Bishop's Bay, who is 9 to 5 in the morning line. Flavien Prat going to be in town to ride that day. This is a horse who we saw finish second in the Westchester last time out, but one that obviously has faced good company, done some good running, won the Cigar Mile back in December.
Yeah, I always love to watch the replay of a 14-to-1 shot I bet on getting run down at the wire by the overbet favorite. When he's good, he's good. He ran well in this race. He was bad in the Westchester. He was second by default. But he's obviously run good race in the past. The question is, what does he have in front of him? He is a horse that's been effective at 2 turns, even though this is a 1-turn race. It's a very salty grouping here. It's a good race.
Yeah, you've got Grande, who I think is really interesting. Our friend Rajiv Mirage going to be aboard. He's ridden this horse. He rode the Source of Victory in February at Gulfstream. See if he can get back on track.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's a lot going on in here. Point Dume, who has one going around 2 turns now. He got really good in those 7 furlong races before the disaster last time, but I don't want to give up on him just yet.
Okay, we saw Point Doom here in New York winning the Carter. Disappointing outside post, slow start in the Churchill Downs last time out, but he was able to wire the field and hold off Bookham Dano. I know Bookham Dano off a layoff, but still, that's a tough horse to hold off.
Bookham Dano got a great trip in here and looked like he was going to have a measured and just couldn't get by Point Dume. His 2 races, the General George and this one, were exceptionally good. He can refine that form, and like we said, he's won going 2 turns. He's dangerous. Grande's got to bounce back from that bad performance in the Ali Sheba. He had looked very good when he came back, but we'll see. East Avenue's at his best when he has the lead, but even some of the other players are not impossible near at prices.
Yeah, fun race. Really looking forward to the Salvatore Mile on Saturday at Monmouth Park. Back over here in New York, K-Gun remains undefeated, picks up his 3rd consecutive victory. 3 for 3 for Horacio De Paz as he starts just picking up win after win.
Just keeps improving. I mean, this is a very impressive win. The favorite just got away with murder on the front end when the 2 didn't go, and loafing along looked home, and she came and got her. She was best.
Came and ran down the number 4 Princess Nye, who was controlling things in the front end. K-Gun wins this starter allowance. She debuted for $40,000. I'm sure a lot of people watching her now and thinking, maybe I should have dropped on her for $40,000.
I wish I had.
Yeah. 1078, she got the win. 6-4-1 in race 4. Belmont at the Big A. We're on the turf for the 5th race, maiden claiming for $55,000, going 1 1/16 miles on the grass in New York. Right now, it's the number 1 Dimensionality that is currently your favorite for John Terranova. She's making start number 15, but to be fair, it's the first time that she's taking a drop in class.
Yeah, I like Dimensionality. I'm not taking 2-to-1 on her, though. Is your horse going to be favored in here by post time? Looks like the 4 and 6 will be favored. Boy, Key Actress just stopped last time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll take a look at what's coming up next at Laurel Park, race 7. 2-year-olds in the paddock. We'll check in with Callie Francois. Revo Red, first-time starter for Hammy Smith, the favorite right now. More on that after this.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here.
Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Keeps coming. Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it. And the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's the runners on top of the world.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we have 2-year-olds coming up next in the 7th at Laurel Park, maiden special weight. We just saw the number 4 Riva Red go by, one of several first-time starters. Now it's back to favoritism to the outside on the 9 Gypsy Lullaby, one of a couple in here with experience. And oftentimes at this stage, early in the game, Andy, experience really can be key.
No question. Experience matters a lot. And with the one scratching, I think probably the most sexy of the firsters was Scratch, since they're going to lean on experience. And this horse actually did finish ahead of Paris by Night, who was bet much more heavily. Paris Night was 3-5 that day. She'll probably be favored by post, I would imagine.
Yeah, Pelican Pier went by 2-year-old filly with experience. There's the 3 Paris by Night, who you touched on. Didn't break that quickly, then got herself into the race.
Yeah, she breaks clearly. She's going to be well in front, probably.
First-time starter, Riva Red. She went 21-1 at the OBS March 2-year-old sale.
Yeah, and the dam herself was pretty good, too, Isabel.
She was a cool New York bred.
Yeah, she hasn't been a good producer, but
No.
she was a pretty good horse.
9-2, excuse me, right now. The number 5 is out. There's the 6 Engage at Will, not taking much money for John Salzman.
Took a lot of money first time and did not do a lot of running. It's contagious.
I know. I blame you. There's the 7 Legends
Why
Girl.
not?
Didn't do much running first time.
Yeah, not taking any money here.
And the gate looks like she's being a bit green there, too. Harper's Corner, daughter of Speaker's Corner that we alluded to.
Yeah, I think this is the interesting firster, obviously.
Off to a decent turf horse of Chad Brown. There's the 9 Gypsy Lullaby, your favorite, daughter of Nashville, to the outside.
I mean, she had a pretty good trip that day. I haven't looked at multis. I have to believe, and I'm going to look right now, that the number 3 is a shorter price in the Will Pays. I mean, the 3 is a slightly shorter price than the pick 3. But is not a shorter price, and I don't understand. I would want the 3. I would want the one that didn't break, that rushed up, involved in the pace, as opposed to the one that just sat a perfect trip and picked the pieces. I would much prefer the 3, Paris by Night.
Especially if you liked the 3, Paris by Night. She took a ton of money first time and offering
I'm
some
shocked
value
that she's not
today.
favored.
We'll see how it plays out. 2-year-olds on the track, though, as we check in with Callie.
Thanks, Acacia. And of course, we got to go with the 8-5. I'm just going to get the favorite out of the way here in Gypsy Lullaby, who was on her toes a little bit the entire time around the paddock. So I do want to make note of that, but put in a really good effort last time out. I just think Hazelwood timed it really nicely last time out, and I think that was the biggest thing that this one's got going with. Hazel essentially carried the race, but going ahead to the number 2, just to the inside, is Pelican Pier that we see on screen for Jerry Robb with Angel Cruz, and who is the rounder sprinter of the 2. This one is a have to forget about it, who's a bit of a nervous type. This one was actually very classy here. Got with the program, was the inside speed, but this one loved being challenged. She loves playing that defense, and I think that's exactly what she sets up well to do here now, drawing the inside post. When it came to her loss, it was just that Hazelwood last time out played the smarter Rice. So I think well within her right here at 2-1. Wanted to touch on the number 3, the other Jerry Robb horse here, Paris by Night with Xavier Perez. And I noticed that this one, they took the tongue tie off of her, and hopefully that quiets her a little bit here. She has worked with Pelican Pier in all of the work. She's beaten her, so their connections are just trying to figure things out here. But very consistent. She was very hard. She did a lot of hard work on the rail, and she's going to have to do it a little bit again today, but she had no real chance, when going head-to-head in the stretch with anybody, as the winner kind of stayed wide. It was about, I would say about 3 to 4 horse lengths wide from that as far as the winner goes. So Barbosa was smart to not essentially challenge Xavier like that on a Jerry Robb 2-year-old. So she did spook a touch in the paddock. She's a bit of the slimmer type, but she does in fact look strong for today. Going ahead to the number 8 on the outside, and Harper's Corner for Cal Lynch with Paco Lopez. This one is the biggest of the field, but still has some growing up to do, obviously. I just think this one was very classy in the paddock, knock on wood. The dam was a turf runner, but won twice before retired to breeding. But the gate work, I love a gate work in that last work before that first run, and I think that's quintessential. We know what Cal Lynch can do with these younger horses, with these first-time starters. He does genuinely get them cranked, even though this one isn't too flashy out there in those morning works. Again, it's 5 furlongs. A lot of these guys aren't going to be doing too much before then. So I just think overall interesting race. I wanted to take a look at the number 6, Engage at Will. This is the John Salzman horse, and this one has the most condition, and may need another race or two. Wait for the 6 furlongs with this one at 17-1, but Costa Linda in that race last time out was just much the best. But I like that this one went up the rail midway throughout the race. On to Acacia.
Callie, thank you. We'll see what takes place with the 2-year-old fillies coming up here, if it will be experience or if it will be one of the first-time starters. They're loading into the gate for the 7th. We'll send it up to Dave Rodman for the call.
Harper's Corner. Gypsy Lullaby. And they're off. Slow to go was Riva Red. Harper's Corner very quick out of the gate, good speed. It opens up a couple of lengths, 2.5 on Pelican Pier and Paris by Night, running in 3rd position between. Gypsy Lullaby picks a spot right off the pace as Gypsy Lullaby moves 4th, almost 3rd of the outside, within 2.5 of the speed. Harper's Corner, who takes them around the far turn. Riva Red has recovered to move up to 5th position. Engage at Will saving ground, and Legends Girl is in the back. Midpoint on the turn, and it's Harper's Corner leading the way. Harper's Corner, Pelican Pier and Paris by Night, 2nd and 3rd head-to-head. Gypsy Lullaby racing on the outside. Riva Red running a big one. Riva Red is in between horses, tipping off the inside for the final 3/16 of a mile. Confident rider in Harper's Corner by Paco. And here's Harper's Corner by 4. 1 furlong left to go from Pelican Pier. Riva Red running huge after a sluggish beginning. Gypsy Lullaby on the outside, moving into 3rd position now. Legends Girl, some late interest. Harper's Corner, impressive. Harper's Corner to win by a half dozen. Pelican Pier, then Legends Girl, and Gypsy Lullaby.
Harper's Corner, much the best in race 7. That's the first winner, as far as my research this morning could tell, for Speaker's Corner, freshman sire.
This race was over in about 3 seconds. The 2 slammed the 3 coming out of the gate, but I don't think that horse has any stamina. And this horse, just a week the best, ready to go first time.
I'm leaving you now.
And I'm not happy about it. But I got Greg coming.
Yeah,
I'm
Greg
happy
Wolf
to see
is
Greg, but I'll miss
waiting.
him.
We're going to miss Greg. He's going to be at Monmouth tomorrow.
And then he's gone next week.
Yeah, but he's coming up on the set after this. Greg Wolf here to host and take you the rest of the way on the show. America's Day at the Races continues as we have horses in the paddock for the 5th race, and we'll get ready to start off the pick 6 from Belmont at the Big A after this.
Good to be with you on our continuing Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon here on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. I get Andy Serling for a little bit before Jonathan Kinchin joins me, and we have the pick 6 about 6 minutes away.
Yeah, 10-race card today. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too.
I'll miss you tomorrow while you're down at Laurel.
Yeah, great card. A lot of big races to cover there.
Monmouth, sorry.
Haskell preview day, and yeah, very much looking forward to see if some 3-year-olds can assert themselves.
Yeah, no, I agree. There is room at the top. I mean, obviously, the Golden Tempo is the leader, but he's not running such fast races that there isn't room for there to be some changes as we go forward.
Meanwhile, this race here to kick off the pick 6, $55,000 maiden claiming race, mile and a 16th on the turf. And that's a look at the one who's favored right now. 0 for 14. John Terranova's Dimensionality, the one.
Yeah, he's not going to be favored. This horse I like here, she's going to be the third choice by post time. And, you know, the 0 for 14 is a little bit misleading because she's only 0 for 6 in the turf. And she's actually run some of the best races. John has good numbers making this drop from maiden special weight to maiden claimer on the turf. And I prefer her. I think she'll be third choice and by the time they get to post.
Meanwhile, the one leading the way, we expect it to be the 4 here. Ricardo Santana Jr. looking to keep his roll going right now. Just missed. Going long off the bench. Last time out, led every step of the way until the final jumps. Had a 3-length lead in the stretch before getting run down.
No, I mean, I understand she's the one to catch, and I had liked her last time, and she just stopped in the late stages. Now, to be fair, she was coming off a 5-month layoff, so maybe she came up short. And the horses who finished ahead of her, the one who won had a big trip in her last start at Churchill, and the second horse is okay. Hate to see them give it up like that. I think she's the horse to beat over San Martina, but I like the one.
Chance, and there he is, Ricardo Santana Jr. to win 3 in a row here on this Friday card, and he'll be aboard that speedster for Mike Maker.
Well, going to lead with a dead closer really helped him in the prior race. I give him a lot of credit for that.
I'm a little surprised the price that one went off at.
You know, I was saying, we were talking the peak hype, that Keisha, I thought the peak hype was a more likely winner. Better horse than the one, but the one had more speed. The one wasn't winning. I love Flavien Prat. That was not one of his best rides. But give the credit to Ricardo. He sent a horse that doesn't get out of the gate that well and doesn't show any speed.
There's San Martina, Miguel Clement. Probably will be the favorite by the time the gates open. And the 3-year-old debut coming up. Started the career in France. And this will be a drop-in class in for a tag for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this horse was in a reasonably good 2-year-old race first time out. I wonder a little bit. They're dropping this filly a little bit quickly. That bothers me.
Post-parade starts with Dimensionality, John Terranova.
They are not dropping her too quickly. She's had plenty of chances. Now they're finally trying a race where she just
upside possibility, but that was a slow race for no difference.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like the race that she's coming out of. Tax Holiday did not run well in the stake in Saratoga, but she's a second-time starter that could improve.
Jenna Antonucci Barnes, Sweet McKenzie.
Yeah, she would just have to get better to win this race.
8-5 now, and the one who should be leading the way, Key Actress. And Santana again looking for 3 straight.
Yeah, she's the speed. I mean, listen, she should have won last time, but she still has plenty of race that can win it.
Pay the bills, blinkers go on.
Yeah, she's just too slow. Did not get a particularly, she got kind of a crazy trip last time, though.
Here is San Martina for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is an unknown. I just feel like they're rushing to drop this one. I don't know if anyone's going to claim this European pedigree, 55,000, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody does.
And here is Beside You, Jamie Rodriguez for Lisa Barkowski.
Just going to have to get faster based on her 2 turf races, 1 sprinting, 1 going along.
8-5 favoritism as we go to Maggie Wolfendale. This one here, Santana looking for 3 straight, and they're all going to be chasing this one early on.
Yeah, you would have to think with number 4 in here, Key Actress, Greg, that is the name of the game. And she is sharp, so doing the things that you like to see from a likely speed horse. Now, she is second off the bench. I didn't cover her last race back on May 15th, and you know, it would have been interesting to see whether I thought she looked as though she needed a race coming back, but she does look incredibly fit here, so maybe that race does move her up. But I did think it was somewhat of an inexcusable loss there at the line. She was leading every step of the way until about 3 jumps in front of the wire. As we'll move on to number 1, Dimensionality, as I know she's had her chances, but this is only her 7th start on the turf and first one in a maiden claimer. I did not like her appearance last time, and she just looks better having that race under her belt. She's so much stronger. Her coat's kind of come and gone the right way. And furthermore, I just thought, because now her lack of speed often does hurt her. We'll see, maybe with that rail draw, it's beneficial for her just to kind of maybe get a decent position going forward and save all the ground that she can beneath Edgard Zayas. And she did go very, very wide into the stretch. Marketplace of Ideas obviously coming back and winning with that 82 buyer up at Saratoga. She was a heavy favorite that day, but I do think Dimensionality is set up to possibly break through finally here today. I am going to, first I got to talk about No Difference for Jorge Abreu. I agree with you guys. I thought it was a slow race. She broke okay, but she really did not get into stride very efficiently or quickly at all, and you can see that with the way that she's put together. She's so slightly framed, kind of all legs, not much middle to her whatsoever. There's really no engine at all with this filly, and I get the drop in class. I mean, I think they're being pretty realistic with her. I still don't love her even with the drop against this group, as I will land on number 6, San Martina. Like I said, I do like Dimensionality, but San Martina, I just thought in that first start in the country back on October 5th, I wasn't here that day, but she just looked green. And a lot of times, especially with these horses coming from France for whatever reason, they take a little longer to acclimate, a little even more so than ones coming from England or Ireland. I think it's just the way that they train and the way that they handle their younger horses. She was kind of throwing her head around. She just looked to be green. She kind of had a bit of a run mid-stretch and got to wondering a little bit. She's been incredibly professional now as she comes in off the bench for her 3rd start, well, in North America at least, and back on the turf. She's well conditioned. It looks as though she's probably filled out a bit and grown going from 2 to 3. I always appreciate seeing that. So I'm going to take her, Greg, but no doubt about it, 3 to 1 on Dimensionality, I do think makes a good deal of sense.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post time coming up. Again, Picks 6 begins in this race coming up. And, you know, just looking at the wagering here, I mean, wow, Key Actress, according to the doubles, a heavy favorite.
Oh, really? I
and
thought
is favored in the Pick 3 as well.
Pretty similar price. Really? I'm sorry, I didn't look at the doubles.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at the Pick 5.
So the public can likely go with the speed here, although they've evened out both at 2 to 1 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, and I wonder if Pick 3's
slight favorite.
Pick 3's almost the same as the 6. The doubles sometimes skewed. The Pick 3 is usually more reliable with the number 1 Dimensionality, as we said, the likely 3rd choice. So it all worked out, sort of.
Lowest level San Martina, the 6 is run at yet here, certainly in the States. Miguel Clement, Flavien Prat, 3-year-old debut. There she is stepping in, the 6 in those green silks. Start of this Pick 6 on our Friday card. Belmont at the Big A. Well, let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
All set. And they're off. Sweet Mackenzie broke sharply, but so did Key Actress from in between horses, and there's Key Actress forwardly placed. San Martina's gonna challenge, is well off that leader. They're far apart, but the leader is now Key Actress, who puts a neck back in front of San Martina. A little tough to settle as they're working towards that turn. Tightly bunched in behind them. Outwider is going to be Beside You, is now a shared 3rd. With in between horses, there comes Pay the Bills, and at the rail, that's Sweet Mackenzie. The 2 at the back, Dimensionality, patiently ridden 2nd to last, and No Difference is the trailer. Key Actress now wrestles the lead away, and Key Actress, a little keen, is tugging here for Santana. Went 23.94 for that opening quarter mile. San Martina's a close-up 2nd. At the rail, that's Sweet Mackenzie and Javier Castellano in 3rd. Outside of them, Beside You, Jamie Rodriguez progressing, and here comes Dimensionality and Edgard Zayas. They're in between horses from 5th, now gliding into it, 49.62, the half-mile time. Pay the Bills, 2nd to last, and now No Difference trying to launch from the back as Key Actress still there. It's Key Actress who will take him into the far turn, has led throughout. San Martina is now engaged, and here comes San Martina after the leader. Also just off of them is Beside You. At the rail, Sweet Mackenzie. Dimensionality is still patiently ridden in behind horses from 5th, has got 3.5 to make up. Key Actress turns it for home and has the lead. It's Key Actress in front. Sammartina with every shot towards the outside. Also there is Sweet Mackenzie. Dimensionality is trying to rally on. It's Sammartina now lifting to the outside of Key Actress. Dimensionality starts to warm to the task, and here comes Dimensionality after the new leader, Sammartina. Dimensionality, Sammartina, Dimensionality up in time. Sammartina second, Key Actress, and Beside You.
15th time the charm, although it was only the 7th start on the turf. Dimensionality with that first victory here. John Terranova, Edgard Zayas getting by Sammartina for the win.
I said to you on the turn, Edgar Zayas better be right here because he's being awfully patient. And he really was, and he was right. I mean, it took a little bit to get by the number 6 down the stretch, but once he got her out in the clear, she really finished in this race and just probably running against better horses. Actually, the 6 ran okay in this race, Sammartina. I can't knock her. She stalked on the outside, and Key Actress, man. Greg, you made the point to me during the race. Do you think the rider should maybe let him out a little bit? I don't know, man. I mean, she just cannot finish.
Not against this group anyway. Dimensionality, Sammartina 1-2. Key Actress winds up 3rd after setting the pace. Edgard Zayas, John Terranova, Cura Stables, and 3-1 to start off this Friday Pick 6. We'll have the prices for you when we come back, and we'll look ahead to a big weekend on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park, including the Grade 3 Eatontown on the lawn. Chad Brown, Whiskey Decision, looking to go back-to-back in this race. Flavien Prat will take over on Saturday. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it in 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start.
Dornoch is coming back! Dornoch in the Remsen!
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornoch stubborn! Dornoch wins the Haskell!
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornoch.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Hello there. A little fishing going on,
Got
maybe?
a little shy when we put him on camera. Ahead
Dimensionality. 7th try on the turf. Comes and gets Sammartina and rolls by the speed as well. Key actors for the win.
John Terranova is now 6 for 17 with about a $2.90 ROI. Maiden special weight to maiden claimer on the turf. So then put that away. And I always think John and his wife Tanya do an excellent job, and happy to see it get done for my friend Jimmy Burke's Cura Stables.
Right here, the 1 green cap. Kicking into high gear. And wins it 3-1. 143-4 final time. 1-6-4-8 finish. Waiting for this one to go official, but again 3-1. On your winner, we'll have the prices as soon as it does go official. Meanwhile, Monmouth, Grade 3 Eatontown. We teased going to break. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Fillies and mares 3 and up, and Whiskey Decision back to try and win it again for Chad Brown.
And she has been facing some tough company in her races, and obviously this is a bit of class relief. Listen, give me another horse down the rail for Graham Motion coming off a layoff is pretty good. And Grayosh, I thought, ran well last time out against the pace, but Whiskey Decision is the horse to beat.
Still a tougher task than last year, right?
This is a much
race?
tougher field, I think. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
Give me another down the inside is okay. I mean, she won a stake in the John Mabie, I think, last time out down in California. And I thought Grayosh last time, who struggled sort of win a race last year, I thought she ran pretty well in her last start. And we did see the winner, for what it's worth, come back and win that New York bred stake up in Saratoga. But Whiskey Decision's been keeping some pretty strong company.
5 wins from 13 starts overall, and her first start with Chad Brown was previously with Arnaud Delacour, was a win in this race.
Are you excited to head down?
I am. It's a very good card tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
It's an excellent card. The stakes really came up well. I'm looking forward to seeing the group in the Naira Bets Pegasus.
Yeah.
And I think that then the Salvatore Mile came up a strong race, and also Program Trading I thought looked pretty tough in the Monmouth. He's going to be an overwhelming favorite in that race.
Yeah, Rodari's making a quick comeback
He
after
is.
not really running in that poker.
Yeah.
I thought going into that race was a major player. We just didn't get anything from him.
I agree, but he's hard to take coming back off a week, 6 days later after such a complete non-effort. And if Miguel runs him, he must feel there's a massive excuse.
Yeah. Looking forward to that Saturday afternoon. Hope you join us tomorrow on our coverage from Monmouth Park. As one of the key contenders we talked about that Whiskey Decision will have to try and knock off to win that Eatontown again. This one coming off a Grade 2 win out on the west coast at Del Mar.
Yeah, this is a nice horse. I love these South African horses. I think that the course that Graham Motion has, the South African horse, One Stripe, who was 3rd in the Manhattan. You could make an argument he could have won every single one of the last 3 Grade 1s he's been. He's been very unlucky, and he's going to have a big win. I wonder if Graham's going to point him to the either he's going to run the 4-Star Dave and Tess Score will go to the Arlington Million, or the other way around. And I think he's going to take a lot of beating next time.
A date with Deterministic, potentially.
I got to tell you, I did not respect, as you well know, we were on together, I did not respect Deterministic. Listen, I told 2 of his owners for the race, I don't like him at all. And I couldn't have been more wrong. The way he won it, too.
Without the lead.
If he had broken really sharply and they had rated Rhetorical and it was a moderate pace, you just said, well, he got it done with this stuff. He didn't even break in there. Kendrick had to ride him hard to get in there. He ran very well in there. Really terrific effort for one of the cooler horses racing.
Yeah, he's been one of the good stories these last couple of years. It was Dimensionality back in the 5th, and there we go. We have prices now. It's gone official, $8.72 for the win.
You know what's going to be really great when you bet a horse and it pays $8.99. When you get the full, as our friend Jason used to say, max jingles. 72 is not bad.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen that yet.
I have not. I'm sure there's been, but I have not noticed it.
That early pick 5, $2,240 as we move into our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home to number 1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vekoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the outer turf here, then maiden special weight. Quite a few came out, but those who remain in, this is a very competitive race.
There is a ton of pedigree in here. The horse who's got the big pedigree is Mary's going to run, but a gun runner, Mean Mary, the dam was 7-11 for Graham Motion, who trains this one going long on the turf. But I think that Graham starting this horse off this early is probably a good sign. And sometimes these horses that ultimately, and I think if she's going to turn out to be a good horse, it'll probably be going longer. Sometimes those horses can win first time out going 5.5 just because they're not turf sprinters. It's a different situation.
Yeah, her back-to-back winner of the New York, which we just saw run this past week.
Yeah, no, she was a very, very good horse for Graham. I think she was winning New York before we dramatically increased the purse.
Sorry, Graham.
So we owe Graham some money, I guess.
Well, maybe he'll get a little of that back in this next race coming up. We go to Laurel. Race 8, 4 minutes away. And here's Spencerian, 5.5 on the turf here.
Yeah, first time on the turf for a horse who Irish War Cry is 3%, 2 for 65 with turf sprinters as a stallion.
Go Chanel at 7:01.
Yes, not to be confused with Coco Chanel. This one probably needs to get a bit faster.
Precious Avery is a 4-time winner on the lawn.
You have to worry about the recent form of this horse. Back form's okay, not recent.
The favorite rider changed Horacio Caramanos on Sally's Gold.
Oh, I didn't know that, and you did. That changed. This horse's favorite. Okay.
Same price, nearly, no question about it, for Michael Trombetta.
I mean, doesn't she have the best races, 2 and 3 back at Colonial Downs? I mean, I know she's coming off a layoff, but I thought she was the horse to beat.
I agree. Golden Rocket beat a neck last time. That was on dirt.
Golden Rocket's kind of a cool horse as Robbie Bales looks for another winner.
Somnium for Elizabeth Merriman.
She's coming out of a super, super tough race last time and is in good form. I would say that the 7 and 9 would be the 2 places I would probably go here.
Yeah, 4 minutes away from this competitive turf sprint, allowance optional claiming field. Let's go to Callie.
Good to hear you, Greg. Andy, I agree with you. And I'm going to talk about Somnium first here, who is the in-form horse right now. Ran in the very one last time out, and Sana ended up winning next time out over in Churchill Downs. So I love, and the big thing to take away from Somnia's run last time out is that she didn't stand particularly well in the gates. So it wasn't the best of gates. So I'm giving her an excuse to try the second wire distance again here today. She came closing. She truly just, it turned out because it was the first time at Laurel and she was too far back. So let's go ahead though to the number 1 before I get to the 7 is going to be a first time trier on the turf for Hugh McMahon and Spencerian for Yazdeet Hazelwood. And she is a tank. She is probably the widest set shoulder in the field here today at 5-1, but she just in the back of my man, she's been so handy on the dirt, but the way she just moves on the dirt, I've always said in the back of my mind when she runs, I can't wait to see if they ever put her on the turf, and that's what we're getting today. So it's just a tough to try this turf for the first time against this kind of group, but the Dam was a winner on the turf. Hugh has been going back and forth as far as entering and trying her, so I'm going to go ahead and take a stab at the 5-1 on the number 1. The 7, let's get to your 7, Andy, in no question about it here for Michael Trombetta. Georgie gets the call, and this one, a lot of growth last year in the sense of maturity as far as the different trips go. So she's going to be quick, as the works indicate. She looks quick, and she was acting quick in the paddock, guys. She was a little bit marchy. She had to saddle on the stand. You can see that they're always keeping her moving, keeping her mind going, and I think that just kind of really tells you what we're going to be seeing once the gates open. So I just think what I love the most is that Ruiz will just kind of play the break, and I think she's set up perfectly with that outer-esque post to kind of do it. Wanted to go ahead and touch on the 8 Golden Rocket. Let's see if Robbie Bales can get another win on the turf here today, and at first glance, I say to myself, speed, but I'm going to go ahead and this one's, coming first turf off of the layoff, showed a little bit of turn of foot on the dirt last time out, and if you see a turn of foot on the dirt, you're going to be seeing it on the turf to be sure. So I just think, in that dirt effort February, she was running, but the wheels were kind of spinning a little bit on the fast track. So in the sense where she's been proven enough going a route of ground on the lead, it makes complete sense for the connections to try her sprinting on the turf. Remember, with that second wire finish again. Also, I wanted to take note that the number 2, Go Chanel, yes, I do think she has a lot to do here, but I will say she wins off of the layoff, and she looked pretty good in the paddock, guys, for a price of 13-1. So I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and take some attention to the number 6, Sally's Gold for Charlie Frock with Caramanos. And listen, the speed is holding, and the speed gets helped out on the turf here today. But in the paddock, I just said to myself, I said, hey, when it comes to the 6, who is taking on some early money, I just got to look elsewhere. And luckily, the 9 is 2-1 right now. But when it comes to the 6, I'm just saying to myself, guys, based on the condition, we might need a couple of more races to get this one in total racing fitness. Greg?
Callie, thank you. So 7-2, in your eyes, is Sally's Gold absolutely loose here, the 6?
Well, according to the pace projector from Timeform US, Sally's Gold is loose.
I would agree with the Timeform pace projector.
Who am I to ever disagree with a Timeform pace projector? Here's my question to you. Does that mean she's going to win? Well, I mean, all kidding aside, one of the reasons we like the Timeform pace projector, if you're not familiar with it, Timeform is a product that DRF now owns, and you can get it. You get Formulator. The pace projector is the way they plot out the way they see the race being run from a pace standpoint, and it's actually really good. The thing I like about it, Greg, and I know you agree, and we talk about it, it's good to disagree with it at times. Sometimes you look, and it's never going to take into account a rider. And you might say, well, that rider is more aggressive. Right, but it's also, I mean, anything, one of the reasons I look at the Beyer figures and the Timeform US figures, Timeform US figures are pace-based. I like when they have a disagreement. You know, I like when one sees a race very differently, and I know you do this with the thoroughgraphs. You'll look at Beyers, you'll look at thoroughgraphs and say, wow, they had this race better, one or the other. And you want to ask yourself why.
No.
Was there a reason? Was it the way the race was run? Did they just have a demonstrably different opinion on it? I think the more of those opinions, the more you end up thinking, glad this horse won because it gets me a chance out that I made, and she's right. She's coming out of the very one.
You love that.
I know. I'm embarrassed, humiliated, and she gets the job done, running them down. But the 4, wow, Precious Avery almost stole this one in the front end.
9-4-7 finish, and this is the Andy Serling who's going to be saying so long, right?
Yeah, but Kinchin's coming on. He is not happy with the temperature up here.
No,
I'm just warning you, he's going to be a little grumpy.
Anything above 70, he struggles.
70? The guy is sweating the guy wants the air conditioner on when it's 40 up here.
Should be a fun next couple of hours.
It always is.
We'll have the late pick 5 when we come back. This is the 8-5 favorite, Ghost Me. It's what JK usually does to us if it's not Saratoga summer season. We'll be back post-parade right after this. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 with live racing coverage from New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct. It's Belmont at the Big A as we are here in the paddock. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and in time for today's Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Unfortunately, this one got scratched down quite a bit, and weirdly, only the even numbered horses that will be participating. That leaves us with 4 here to contest the 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And we'll start with your favorite for George Weaver, who is just year in and year out very competitive in these types of races. And looking at number 6, Ghost Me, she's a daughter of Ghost Zapper, who does strike at 10% with his debuting 2-year-olds. The Dam, she was a graded stakes winning synthetic sprinter, though did win on the turf. And this one is half to a stakes winning turf sprinter by the name of Pop Idol. And although there have been no siblings to win first time out, it feels like this could be the right spot for one to do so from the family, as she is a big filly. There is a lot of substance to her. There's a lot of size. So speaking of physical maturity, she's got it. And I think that goes a long way in these types of races. However, I do wish at a short price that she was just a little bit more tucked up. She's just a bit soft and a bit kind of thick through her barrel overall. There's definitely an engine there, and I would not be surprised if we do see some early speed. Now, Jeremiah Englehart, he's another guy that is very adept at getting these 2-year-olds to win, and he'll send out number 2, Cadillac Mary. I have loved what I've seen from the Golden Pals with his freshman crop. He's hitting at 28%, 4 for 14 with his first time starting 2-year-olds, and obviously they're all pretty good at sprinting on the turf. And this one, though, on the bottom side actually has a little bit more distance pedigree. It's a decent New York bred family that Graham Motion trained, which did include Tulane here, who was 6 for 16 on the turf. So right spot, but wondering if she wants, right surface, I should say, wondering if she wants a little bit more ground. But no doubt about it, Maya always has them fit, ready, and professional. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Pick 5 coming up. He's known as the New York Racing Association's own OG Anunoby. Coming from Texas, so you probably don't like that?
I don't mind it.
Okay.
You compare me to OG currently in this city?
He's balling.
He's a superstar.
Jonathan Kinchin with us as we get set for the start of the late pick 5 coming up. A lot of scratches in this first leg, but still pedigree-wise, fascinating race. Here's Cadillac Mary, and Maggie brought up sister to Julian, who was 6 for 16 on the turf.
Yeah, there's a lot of turf in this pedigree. Look, I have an idea about this race, and it's not the smartest, but it's all I got for you.
Second Dam was a 7-time winner and stakes winner on the turf as well. Mary's gonna run the Dam, back-to-back winner of the New York.
Yeah, this horse needs about another mile. But you never know. Point. I mean, the horse could be talented enough to run short.
Ghost Me, the Dam produced Pop Idol, who is a stakes-winning sprinter on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, another one that's got, and we know what George does with 2-year-old turf sprinters. You know,
yeah, 8-5 favorite right now. And then even last soiree, who's the last one in here, the 8, who we'll get to, and there she is. Second Dam, graded stakes winner, routing on the grass.
Yeah, I've been working at Cole Neck Stables' private facility, worked on the turf last time. My opinion of this race, riding in, I said, whoever is the biggest price on the board is my pick.
So it's the 8 for you.
So far. It could change.
Yeah.
We're guessing, right? They all have things to lean on, things that I think that you could gravitate towards, but it's all guessing. Every part of it is guessing. For every single horse, we're hoping, wondering, thinking, maybe. Just give me the biggest price.
In some ways, because of that, you wouldn't really want to make anybody 8-5 in here, would you?
No. I mean, the horse I would least like to bet right now is the 6.
Even though it's George Weaver, who's so successful with his youngsters on the grass as well. The Dam, graded stakes winner on synthetic. We mentioned produced one who won a turf, not just a turf sprint stake, but it was at Saratoga as well.
No, of course. I mean, you know, like we said, I mean, I think George is a plus for this horse. I think the pedigree is the plus for this horse. But still, when you're dealing with trainer stats, you're dealing with pedigree. There's a lot of great pedigreed horses that don't run well. There's a lot of horses with good trainers that don't run well. You're still guessing.
8-5 and 7-2 separates everybody on this board, Maggie, and that almost seems like too big a disparity.
Yeah, that's true, Greg. It's, when you look at them, though, there are some differences with these horses. And I'll talk about the two that, at least the one that I find very intriguing that Grand Motion decides to start as a 2-year-old, and that's number 4, Mary's Gonna Run, because her dam, Mean Mary, we all know quite well, as she was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, and has a brother, a graded stakes winner by the name of Bye Bye Melvin. Now, Mary's Gonna Run does look a lot like Bye Bye Melvin, but she's also a gun runner, and I do not like gun runners on the turf. I could be wrong, but on top of all that, she's just incredibly backwards looking. Like, there's a frame there. There's going to be development into a nice horse, but the most convincing thing for me not to take her is how green she's been acting since she's gotten on the track. She did not want to link up with the pony. She literally hucklebucked the whole way around to the backside. So I just think she's really going to benefit from a start. I'll have fun watching her, and because I'll reminisce about her dam, who we all loved. But I just feel like first time isn't going to be the time. Now, JK, I've heard worse theories in my life when it comes to, picking horse. And longest price in short field is one of the great Ernie Munich's theories that I picked up when we first started on air together on a dark day simulcast show. But last soiree is by Life is Good, who, speaking of, like Golden Pal, I was talking with somebody, that retiring class of 2022 that went to stud were pretty darn good. Because not only did you have Flightline, but you also had Golden Pal and Life is Good. And they've already had several winners hit the racetrack and be successful. And this one is half to 2 turf winners. The second dam, she was a graded stakes winner on the turf, Social Queen. And the dam, No More Parties, is half to grade 1 winner, who won our Belmont Derby, Force the Pass. So a long line of Colts Next horses. Very professional, relaxed. I don't mind this horse. Has that cushy outside draw, which could help her. Like I said, JK, have at it at 3-1.
So, yeah, biggest price, but not by much. I mean, they're all fairly closely bunched here. We'll see what happens. As you said, bit of a guessing game here.
Yeah, I mean, we're guessing. If someone tells you they love a horse in here, they're lying to you. They think they love a horse in here.
See how it plays out. Some interesting pedigrees here to start off this late pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Breaking very sharply was Ghost Me right to the front. It's Ghost Me up by 2. Now backs off that pressure, and here comes Last Soiree to the outside, is now going to engage and very keen. Wants to get up with this leader. It's Ghost Me with a half-length advantage. Last Soiree in second. At the rail progressing nicely. That's Mary's Gonna Run. Just behind her, it's Cadillac Mary. Compact field, they go into the far turn. They've got to catch Ghost Me. Ghost Me went 22.62 for that quick opening quarter mile. Last Soiree is ranging up to the outside, and Ground Saving Journey, Mary's Gonna Run, is in behind them. Just behind them is Cadillac Mary, any one of the 4 as they reach the top of the lane, and Ghost Me gets the cue to try to sprint away. Down the center of the course, here comes Cadillac Mary in full pursuit. It's Ghost Me with the advantage. Cadillac Mary, Mary's Gonna Run. The 2 Marys are chasing Ghost Me. A 16th left, and Ghost Me is finding plenty. Mary's Gonna Run emerges late. Ghost Me will take them all the way. Ghost Me won it over Mary's Gonna Run, then Cadillac Mary.
Favorite with the win for a barn that's very potent first time out, sprinting on the lawn, George Weaver. Manny Franco.
Yeah, the horse is impressive. Popped away from there like a shot, made the front easy enough. These 2 horses behind, the 2 Cadillac Mary, the 4 Mary's Gonna Run, these horses are going to be nice. They feel like the types are going to probably be better going longer. Look at the 4 Mary's Gonna Run reaching. If I can tell that a horse is moving well, reaching, you'd like to think that more distance, considering the pedigree, is going to be better for her.
Yeah, 5.5 is not what she ultimately is going to want to do. We mentioned her mom, back-to-back winner of the New York that we saw contested this past week, Belmont at Saratoga. So she could be very good as the distances stretch out going forward. Ghost Me, though, with a win here in the debut. George Weaver, owned by Randy. We're, 11 days, well, not 11 days away, 11 race days away from closing shop here and then seeing one of the things we love most about the summer upstate, all these 2-year-olds being unleashed at Saratoga.
It's one of my favorite parts of the entire summer. Don't get me wrong. We love the grade ones. You know, I love a Diana. I love a Whitney. I love Alan Jerkins. I love them all. But those random third races on a Saturday when the monsters get debuted and you get to start hoping and dreaming of what's to come makes Saratoga what it is.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, getting back to this race at hand, as you guys said, I think the runner-up and third-place finisher are the ones that we're going to be excited about seeing moving forward. Now, we'll see the 4-horse, actually it was before this right now, she'll take some serious contact from the horses who are outside, including Cadillac Mary, and she kept fighting. As JK said, she has a really big stride on her. This is why it actually helps with these 2-year-old races to have the workouts. Now, as green as she was, Mary's gonna run, you would have had a little bit more of a deeper, knowledge about her ability. Obviously, there's the pedigree, but it's such a great tool, as rounding back to your conversation about Saratoga, to have those published workouts on First TV, on the Kentucky Thoroughbred Association website. So a great tool to have when it comes to juvenile racing, Greg.
Ghost Me to start the late pick 5. And George Weaver, never shy if he has a good turf sprinter to take a little trip somewhere.
Absolutely. I mean, but I think it was a rough week. I think for the connections, George Weaver, Reagan Swinbank were excited about taking Cy-Fair to Ascot. They got the bad news they weren't going to be able to do that, and so this game is it's a sneaky game. It'll tear you down, and then it'll build you right back up.
We're gonna take a timeout. We'll be back. Horacio to pause, trying to take the finale at Laurel, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. We'll have more on his career, where he started to where he is now when we come back.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the NYRA Bets Pegasus Stakes, plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm. Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.
With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It is brought to you where you can play it all at NyRa Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Match 200 code to use for new members at sign-up. Ghost Me. Debut winner George Weaver Barn, Randy Hill Swinbank Stables, and Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, I mean, look, you win them with a 2-year-old anywhere, it's fun. You do it in the summer months, it's even more fun, even if it happens to be downstate. This is a horse I would imagine that the team, Randy Hill, Reagan, George, will be excited to get this horse going in different directions, get him, you know, it's an exciting thing to have happen, especially this way.
8-5, nothing like a first out 2-year-old winner, and potentially beating a pretty good group. Everybody debuting in this spot, they're could be seeing some real talent in this field as we go forward in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 6-4-2 finish. And we move on to the pick 4. 7 furlongs, $25,000 claiming race, 4-year-olds and up. This race, maybe the most wide open race on the card in here. Right now it's the 4 at 7-2 Dots Dollar. 10-time winner, 7-year-old, moves to a new barn. Ilkay Kentramachi just claimed this one off of Gustavo Rodriguez, the modest favorite. We have it 5-2. The board here says 7-2. So that should be changing shortly. As we take you back to Laurel for their finale, mile and a 16th, maiden special weight. Horacio de Paz with this one here. President Camacho at 5-2 on the board. Sagamore Farm, they knew early on that they had a rising star in De Paz. Now the rest of the sport is catching on as well. From his horse racing roots in a small town in Texas to the big time of the toughest circuit in the sport, he has established himself through hard work, dedication, and perseverance.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat. Dry. Not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own,
Yes.
and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, like, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, you know, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day."
You got him.
That was a funny,
You got to turn the tables on him with that one.
got that grin on him and stuff, so.
Recruiting Ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, Recruiting Ready, but one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
Yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn, and Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse too.
Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star,
Yeah.
she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this was a good decision. So, and, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was okay. You still gonna go to college? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm gonna go to college now. So
It's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
Terrific trainer, and this is the one Horacio De Paz will send out here in this finale at Laurel, President Camacho.
Yeah, horse was 12-1 on debut, was beaten 14, but, got an okay number. At least you can lean on that, adds the blinkers.
Stretching out after 3 sprints. Good man, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, none of those races give me the warm and fuzzies about the ability to stretch out.
2 tries going longer on turf, now gets back to dirt, hard swing.
Feels like a guess to me. You try that 2 dirt long, no good. You go 2 turf long, no good. What's the difference now?
Max Haste showed speed at Penn National to a mile and 70 yards.
Yeah, I like this one a little bit. The problem is that the pace figures weren't particularly fast in that last race, so while the horse was close, it wasn't very fast.
Speed sprinting, now stretching out, Bolt Del Maria.
Yeah, I mean, I think the stretch out is interesting for this one. I'll land here with the 5 Bolt Del Maria in the hopes that the stretch out helps.
Irish Nonsense, 5-1 outside.
36-1 last time on debut. Didn't do much running. Did break a little bit slowly. Maybe we'll break better here.
Back to the 6-5 now favorite. President Camacho. Let's go to Cali.
Thanks, Greg. And of course, let's go right into it. We go from the feature here to, of course, the very calm, cool, and collected President Camacho for Horacio De Paz. And he is the most routing-looking horse in the field. And of course, the first time routing is one thing last time out, but the first time going on the routing on the second wire is entirely another. So you have to give credit where credit is due. That winner was just not to be stopped. The winner was very battle-tested at the routing distance for a maiden, so he kind of should have swamped the field. With the blinkers on, it's more for the beginning than the end. He went straight to the outside and took some time to just kind of get refocused here. So I love that with Horacio De Paz here leaning in. Let's go ahead to the number 4 on the outside, and that's going to be Max Haste here for Michael Stidham here. And this one kind of... this one, he's still got a bit of baby fat to be quite honest, but he's alert, he's confident, and that's exactly what we saw first time out. He's out of a mare who did well on the Kentucky Oaks Trail, but this guy was extremely game from the get-go, and my notes for the afternoon race was that he's sparky, and he looked just exactly that in the paddock, but super professional. He was very game with the challenger, but just lost it a little bit on the head bob, so this one's tough to go against here, but let's move on to the number 5 on the outside, just to the outside. And Bolt Del Maria for Kerry Bryan with Martin Schwann. This is a first-time gelding, and he walks like... he's not a sprinter body type, but he's got a little bit of a sprinter vibe, which makes complete sense that he went on the front end last time out. Now we're coming off of the big layoff here, and he kind of had to get that first race and sprint last year out of the way. The Dam was a 3-time winner going 2 turns, and the Grand Dam was competitive on a grade 3 level. You just look at the work tab, especially that gate work. All signs point to that this one is going to be so much more mature with this first start for 2026. Going ahead to the number 2 is Good Man Dan here for Henry Walters, Javian Toledo. The blinkers went on, and he was on toes walking in. He's got a bit of a higher high end, but he's still growing, and he kind of grew even more once the tack and the blinkers went on. Let's go to Dave Rodman here for the last.
Bolt Del Maria. And Irish Nonsense. One back. Irish Nonsense. In the gate. And they're off. Goodman Dan gets the first call from Bolt Del Maria, who's got early speed. Irish Nonsense stoking out by the far outside as well. And then Max Haste away running on the 4th spot. In the back of the pack, a hard swing. And President Camacho unhurried on the inside as they move around that first turn. Bolt Del Maria showing the way under Martin Chuan, about a length in front as they pass the 7/8 pole from Irish Nonsense in the 2nd spot. Then to the outside, next is Max Haste, who's moving along next with inside Goodman Dan, just a little tight there. It's a slow pace. And hard swing is second to last, and President Camacho trailing the field. Very slow pace indeed. Almost 25 seconds for the opening quarter mile. Bolt Del Maria leading the way 3/4 of a length as they pass the 5 furlong mark. Irish Nonsense in second, and Goodman Dan and Max Haste nose to nose for third. Then another 2 lengths back, President Camacho has one beaten at this point. It's hard swing at the tail of the field, heading into the far turn through a 50 and 1/5 half mile. And it's Bolt Del Maria trying to take them all the way. Irish Nonsense is right there. Max Haste moves along to 3rd position, followed by Goodman Dan, another 2 back. President Camacho trying to gather momentum is out of the clear now here. President Camacho 5th, has 5 to make up with 2.5 furlongs left to go, is off the inside and ridden along, and trailing a field is hard swing. Top of the stretch, Bolt Del Maria is put to the drive. So too Irish Nonsense. Splitting him is Goodman Dan, who tips off the inside, and Max Haste and President Camacho's give it a lot to do. 1 furlong left to go. Goodman Dan. Goodman Dan bounding to the lead. Goodman Dan from Bolt Del Maria. Make Haste nose to nose for second as they're close to home. Goodman Dan. Toledo with a double. Goodman Dan clear by 4. Max Haste, and then it was Bolt Del Maria and President Camacho.
Goodman Dan, blinkers going on. A sprinter stretching out for the first time. Gets the win here, career start number 4.
Yeah, I mean, the 25 flat first quarter, the 50 to the half, the 115 to the 3/4 likely helped. Obviously, these aren't, the greatest horses of all time, but still with those fractions, that definitely helps a stretch out type like Goodman Dan.
Prices when we come back. Race 7, Belmont of the Big A. Brother versus brother coming up. Matt Cam with Farm Team. Ilkay, 2 chances to beat him with Dots Dollar and Clancy Fancy. 7th when we come back. Stay with us. I kind of grew up in horse racing on air and broadcasting, covering this track. So even before I came here to work for the New York Racing Association, I was covering Aqueduct for more than 12 years. So I learned the game, kind of covering this racetrack. But as I took on this role with NYRA, this has sort of become my home away from home. You know, taking the subway out here, seeing people on the train asking me who I like in the races coming up.
You got to play. Got to get down, be in it to win it.
When I first got involved in the sport, I was pretty new to it, and I became a huge fan of Husaichi Pegasus. That was $4 million horse, regal breeding. He wound up coming here to the Wood. He was dominant, and then he went on to win the Kentucky Derby. That horse, that win in the Wood, was one of the early moments where I sort of fell in love with this game. I'm gonna miss the people you see out here every single day. That was what sort of made Aqueduct special. This core group of racing fans that love this sport so much, and how boisterous they were. Coming up, seeing that big mural, every time I see it, I can't help but smile. Even if could be the worst, coldest day, it doesn't matter. Whenever I see that, it put a smile on my face, walking into work. And this place will always, for me, have a lot of great memories. And I haven't talked to anyone about this. I hope we are saving that mural and we take that with us. There's got to be a spot for it somewhere at the new Belmont, isn't there?
There has to be a spot for it somewhere.
Not your pad.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'll make my entire kitchen floor out of it. It's it's funny. I hadn't seen that piece yet, and this place is special. You know, I mean, it's like they say, it's New York City's racetrack, and we're excited about Belmont. It's gonna be wonderful. But there's something about getting on the A train in the greatest city in the world, and then ending up here at the 7/8 pole and walking into this facility to watch these beautiful animals. It's a remarkable place.
Really is. We're all going to have incredibly fond memories for the rest of our lives because of the time we've spent here. This 7th race coming up, we talked about the Cantermachi matchup. Ilkay with Dots Dollar and Clancy Fancy on the outside as well. Both contenders in here. And then Matt Ken, he's going to have the 3 farm team. So all 3 of them major players in, I thought, maybe the most difficult race on the card.
Yeah, I thought that there's a lot of horses that could win this race. There's a lot of horses that would be very hard for me to argue with. You know, with Dots Dollar, look, I mean, you can't really argue with the last race. The horse was claimed that day, ran well enough. There's some back races that fit. But I will say, at the price at 3-1, and this group against these horses, I just think there's more intelligent wagers that can be made. I have nothing against the 4. It's just the 4 at this price, I think, is the problem.
Totally agree with you. No one in this race is just way too evenly matched. And 7-2 right now. You could probably argue even 7-2. Too short on anyone in here. Here's the 7. Screaming Uncle, Ruben Silvera will ride. All 5 career wins have come at this racetrack 6-1. This one is going to slightly cut back in distance.
It's a 2-back race for me. And, you know, a lot of times when you're looking at these claiming type spots, you can't just look at the last race. You can't look at the 2nd race back and the 3rd. You have to find a way to get creative based on what you've seen from these horses. And the second race back for Screaming Uncle, this horse got hooked at a very fast pace, went very fast early, still finished with a big number relative to the group. And this is where I'm going to land. There's an opportunity for them to duplicate this. A lot of times these horses, they learn through the process, not the horses, but the connections learn what to do, what to change, what to adjust. I think Screaming Uncle will run back to that 2nd back race.
Post parade starts with Sanzio. James Ferraro, Barnrelu Gutierrez rides.
Yeah, this horse was on the turf 2 starts ago. Ran okay last time for 32 after breaking a little bit slowly.
Basically the same price next door, Smile and Say Cheese.
Yeah, this horse has not been bet in the last 3 starts. Hasn't done much running either.
This one would surprise me a little bit. Just about everyone else you can make a strong case for, including Farm Team for Matt Cantermachi.
Yeah, look, I don't have a problem. And look, they get Flavien Prat. You know, I know the Cantermachis have a great relationship with Flavien, but that doesn't only go so far. You got to have live horses for one of the best riders in the world.
Ilkay, his brother, with Dots Dollar.
Like I said, no objections. Just not interested at the price.
But it's floating up a little bit.
Yeah, but I still need a little bit better for this one than 9-2.
Go Irish. I thought a contender, 5-1, although down from that 8-1 morning line.
Never really been much of a Notre Dame fan, for being honest.
Not many are who didn't go there. Golden Symphony, Linda Rice, 4-1.
Yeah, it took a lot of money last time. I'd imagine this one's probably going to come down in price to a certain extent. If the horse comes down, I dislike even more as it just clicks down from 4-1 to 7-2.
There's Ruben Silvera on Screaming Uncle.
Yeah, look, I was between the 7 and the 8. At the current price right now, I'll take the 7 at 9-2. The 4 drifting up to 9-2 is annoying me a little bit on my play. This is a wide open race.
And another for Ilkay Kantramachi, who's actually favored right now. Here's Clancy Fancy.
Look, whoever's favored in here shouldn't be, and I don't like them. Now, if the 8 was 6-1, then yes, of course. But you got to be careful in spots like this because it's really about who shows up, runs their best race, who shows up, gets the best trip. And it's hard to predict that in a race full of horses that they all have a legit shot. I suppose I can say with confidence that the 1 and the 2 won't win. But from the 3 out, they're all drawing live.
Let's go to Maggie.
I kind of agree with that sentiment, though there is a long shot on the rail that I'll get to last here that looks exceptionally well. As we'll begin with the horse who will be my pick in here. That's number 6, Golden Symphony. And he gets back out to the 7 furlongs, second off the claim here for Linda after she got a bit aggressive first off the claim after what was a poor performance, but it was a pretty bad ride, too. He's not as bad as that. And he's a horse that needs to be forward to do his best running, and also a horse that doesn't really like being inside either. So, while he was forward last time, he was also inside, and now he draws favorably. Yes, there are horses like Screaming Uncle to his outside that might be a little bit faster than he is, but you also have Dots Dollar as well. So if Golden Symphony can, sit that outside stalking trip, I think he's very competitive in this spot. Great forward energy, looks fantastic here for Linda Rice. Just your typical good-looking, good-feeling Linda Rice entrance. So I'm going to try with him again as he's clicked over. Well, just kidding. As I was about to say that, he was your tepid favorite, but at 7-2, that's how wide open this race is. Moving on to his inside with number 5, Go Irish. He gets some class relief, to say the least, though he's been in a similar spot to this, but that did result in a win going back to October 17th here in that non-3 for 30. I think this is just where he belongs, and now kind of with that turf experiment out of the way, he's just so much stronger than what he was when he came back from that layoff in March, and he's gotten a nice solo warm-up here for Jenna Antonucci, whose horses are running very well as of late here in New York. So I would not dismiss this horse at all currently at 6-1, especially if there's some hitting up front. Number 3, Farm Team. From what I can understand, Matt Kantramachi back here in New York after a foray into Kentucky and Oaklawn, and he's back, though he's training up at Saratoga and Ilkay here at a little down the road at Belmont. But Farm Team looks the part, has the back races to go on, should be sitting that kind of stalking trip. Don't mind the 7 furlongs for him whatsoever as he cuts back here. Just a horse that made a great impression. Now Sanzio, who, yes, last time kind of ran in the same condition, but it was a sloppy racetrack. He just, honestly, blindly picking horses, it was between him and Golden Symphony. He's completely dappled. He looks as though he's feeling great. I just thought at 20-1, maybe he can pick up some pieces late, Greg, and get into your exotics.
Thanks, Maggie. 5-2 is your favorite. Wow, Golden Symphony prices really come down here, so public considerably backing that one and the 3 Farm Team.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's all about your intent, what you're trying to accomplish. If you're playing a pick 4, you like some bigger price horses later, then you probably need a spread here or wait for the pick 3. If I'm playing, I'm going to try to get alive using the 7 and the 8. I wouldn't be against the 4 at 9-2, but I'm going to try to beat the 6. Whoever's favored here, to me, there's an opportunity to try to beat the horse.
Chris Griffin, here we go. Start of the pick 4 on this Friday card.
Dollar. And Clancy Fancy, last to load. Goes in All set. And they're off. Good beginning to the outside from Screaming Uncle is flashing that early speed, and here's Dots Dollar emerging too. Out wider is Clancy Fancy, that's the leading trio. Up on the far outside, here comes Golden Symphony, is now ranging up nicely into the race, is now about a challenging third out in the center of the racetrack. Just behind them is Farm Team, who travels in tandem with the orange cap of Sanzio, then Go Irish, and far back, Smile and Say Cheese. No pressure so far for Screaming Uncle. It's Screaming Uncle who's up by a full length and a half. Clancy Fancy is stalking second, 22.55, the opening quarter mile. Dots Dollars lost some ground, gets passed by Golden Symphony, who's on the move, and here comes Golden Symphony, but Clancy Fancy is ranging up on Screaming Uncle. Clancy Fancy now puts ahead in front. Go Irish is on the move. It's Go Irish to the outside of Golden Symphony. They're going to travel as a pair from the back. Farm Team's trying to run on. 44.15, the half-mile time, and Clancy Fancy with a nose advantage. But Golden Symphony within range, had the pace to chase, is trying to lug in, but Golden Symphony's trying to push on by, and here comes Farm Team, who's on the scene late too. It is Golden Symphony edging clear inside the final furlong. Golden Symphony back to second. There came Clancy Fancy. Farm Team, the only one lunging late. Golden Symphony does enough. Will win it. Golden Symphony over Farm Team. Then came Clancy Fancy and Screaming Uncle.
Cantermachi's brothers got to settle for second and third here. It's Linda Rice with the favorite. Golden Symphony picks up the fourth win of his career.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? I'm used to getting stuffed in a locker. You know, I'm not going to play horses like this at short prices in races that are wide open. Did the 6 make sense? Certainly. Did the horse make sense in this group at 5-2? In my opinion, no. In hindsight, was I right? Absolutely not. I'm okay with that.
One of the best to ever play this claiming game. Linda Rice with the one that goes off the 5-2 favorite in a race like this that is that wide open. That's usually a pretty good choice to go with. And the public does wind up here.
I'm a big believer.
Incredibly tough race.
100%. Very tough race. I'm a big believer in, the best way to play this game in general is to trust the experts, which in my opinion are the trainers that you hire that are around the horses every day. I think one of the advantages that Linda has from the outside looking in, I don't know this personally, but I believe her owners trust her to make decisions in the claiming game that allow them to have success. A lot of times owners will claim a horse and fall in love with where they claimed him at and want to continue to hope that they were what they thought they were. And I think Linda's biggest strength is that she's realistic. Put horses where they can win, or where people will take them off your hands. One of the two.
Golden Symphony is the 5-2 favorite. The kickoff this late pick 4-2 win day and counting. Manny Franco off a 4-win day yesterday. So Farm Team Clancy Fancy for the Cantermachi brothers. And then Screaming Uncle. Round out your top 4, but it's the favorite here in race 7. We're going to take a timeout. Big day coming up tomorrow at Monmouth. We will have live coverage all afternoon long. And we'll talk about next one we'll see running in that Pegasus presented by Naira Bets and the friendship that has been rekindled as a result of Schoolyard Superman. Stay with us.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code NOTCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage of America's Day at the Races, it is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Just saw race 7 take place. The favorite, Golden Symphony, master of this claiming game, Linda Rice, with the favorite, collects another one here. Manny Franco with a couple of wins today.
She sure does. When you look at Linda's horses in spots like this, I like to kind of work my way up from the bottom and see Linda's claimed this horse on a couple of occasions, right? Claimed the horse for 50 and then lost the horse in the next start for 40. Saw the horse see a couple of different barns, Brad Cox, Tom Morley. Tom finally dropped the horse for 20. Linda picks up for 20, runs for 40, and then shows up here for 25. It's starting from the bottom of the past performances and working your way up, and seeing the story with these claiming type horses can tell a lot. I just wasn't convinced that Golden Symphony made a lot of sense at 5-2 in this group.
6, 3, 8. And then a little ways back to the 7 for your top 4. That superfecta just over $304 for $1. Pick 3. A little modest. Pick 5 ending there in a mandatory payout, $1,220 with a favorite ending it. Race 8 at a mile, $35,000 maiden claiming group. And Restless Renegade from the inside. Manny Franco looking for number 3, and he'll team up with Linda Rice yet again.
Yeah, Restless Renegade right now currently is the favorite. And I think that's good news for me because I like the 6, Ghost Army.
All right, we'll talk more about that field coming up. Pegasus, presented by NYRA Bets, coming up tomorrow. Monmouth on Haskell Preview Day. Could see some of these runners line up to tackle Preakness winner Napoleon Solo. And this actually compact group, but there's some really interesting 3-year-olds, including Schoolyard Superman, who's the 8-5 morning line favorite, certainly based off what he did in his last race, even though he didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have horses that aren't able to pull it off with these 3-year-olds in certain spots, you still got to believe that there's a chance for improvement. We saw it in our Belmont Stakes, right? And on the weekend of the Belmont Stakes with Englishman, who got beat 5 weeks ago, comes back here, runs one of the best races we've seen all year long. These 3-year-olds can change.
Yeah, beating the horse that had handled him pretty easily. Bob Baffert said after that with Crude Velocity, we're not going to line up against Englishman ever again.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. I think I missed that. I missed how Crude Velocity beat Englishman that day, kind of grinding him away, and I thought the same would happen going a little bit shorter, and that was a mistake. You learn lessons in this game, and I learned one that day.
Sports, of course, has this unique ability to bring us all together. We're seeing that here. It brings cities together with how the Knicks are playing. We'll see it, how it can bring countries together with the World Cup getting underway as well. And horse racing is no different. Acacia Clement has a story of 2 friends brought together through their love of the sport of horse racing.
Skip-Away's legacy on the racetrack has created lasting memories for fans of horse racing. For Amanda Jessup and Carla Shoppy, it helped form a decades-long friendship that all began with a shared love for the Champion Grey.
So how did we get into racing? Well, we got in contact with Carolyn Lane, and she could have brought us, I think, both together. You, I think, when we spoke, you saw Skip-Away the same time I did on the Bluegrass.
Yes.
And we both had that.
I knew nothing about horse racing, but I was like, how does a horse break a stakes record in the mud like that?
Skip-Away in front.
I was like, man, that horse is going to be good.
Skip-Away, an impressive winner of the Bluegrass.
Yeah, I was just really infatuated with American Online. It was like chat groups and articles and emails, and I would just go into like different racing chats and be like, hey, I'm starting an online fan club. Anyone would be a part of it? And I didn't think anybody would, and everybody's like, yeah. I don't know, it grew at least to 500 people.
Wow.
Yeah. I started out microshares with my racehorse. It was 2 years ago, Seize the Gray won the Preakness. They were explaining the whole my racehorse thing. So I did some with them, and then I saw that there was also Commonwealth doing something similar.
And then I looked online and I saw, Schoolyard.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wow, Gray.
I know, I
Gray,
sent the picture.
Gray.
I was like, you thinking what I'm thinking?
Gray.
This is my first time at Aqueduct.
This is my first time. I've been to Belmont a couple of times.
Coming up to New York, it kind of reminds me of going back to Belmont, like to see Skippy and stuff,
And they're off in the wither. Schoolyard Superman is trying to pick up this leader who's sprinting clear.
Come on!
Still Schoolyard Superman battling on gradiness, but with a furlong left to go.
He may not have won, but it was an experience that will be cherished.
Oh, yeah, for me, I'm like, it's horse racing. It's like, I can't do anything. I schedule my life around the horse race. It's like, okay, 2 o'clock, the horse, I gotta be home.
Do you want to go to lunch today?
No.
I'm like, no, it's the Pegasus World Cup. He's like, okay.
Some bonds, like the great horses they admired, are built for distance.
From decades earlier with those two. And Schoolyard Superman, look, he's the 8-5 favorite for a reason. His 2 races, though, at a 1-turn mile, they've been incredibly good. The 2-turn race leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, the 2-turn race. Well, yeah, the 2-turn race is at 1.125 miles. Sometimes you can give a little bit of forgiveness for that. The first time going 2 turns, going 1.8 miles, didn't work out. When you come back, though, and you run a 99 figure going the flat mile, the 1-turn mile, I don't worry too much about you getting the extra 16th of a mile going 2 turns.
And look, that number not that far away from the best 3-year-olds like a Golden Tempo.
Certainly.
Or a Napoleon Solo.
Certainly, and let's not forget, Schoolyard Superman was well meant on debut and got stuck down on the inside and had that little bit of an issue where the horse lost the rider, and I think that, now that they've kind of got things going in the right direction, I've got no issues with this one as a short price favorite.
It'll be on our coverage tomorrow. I'll be live on site at Monmouth for Haskell Preview Day. That is the NYRA Bets Pegasus, race 5, 2:52 Eastern Time. This man right here will be aboard Schoolyard Superman. Flavien Prat, having off back-to-back Eclipse Award winning years, another outstanding 2026. Stay with us. A lot more to come on our Friday coverage here on FS2.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Hillandale Metropolitan Handicap. Antiquarian broke well, but Nysos has more natural speed and is up to take the lead. Nysos, Flavia Proud has decided to take him to the outside and has to come after Knightsbridge now. Here comes Nysos on the outside of Knightsbridge, and Nysos takes the lead and pulls away. Journalism is down the center of the track, and then Antiquarian, they're coming to the 16th pole, and Nysos is a superstar, drawing clear with authority to win the Hillandale Metropolitan Handicap.
One of the truly premier races there is in this sport. Stallion making Met Mile. Nysos was dominant, and what a Belmont at Saratoga Flavia Pratt had.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like you look at it, it's not all that. Oh, sorry about that. It's not all that. It's not all that surprising, right? I mean, he it's what he does. He wins big races. He's been doing it for a long time here in New York, even though it's only been 4 years since he's been here full time. I look at that list; it doesn't shock me at all.
Look, we got a war that's coming up the end of this month. Stephen Foster, we're going to see Sovereignty back. A lot of the big names, White Abarrio is going to be back in that spot. Where do you put Nysos in terms of this older horse division?
Well, I think a lot of the older horses still have a little bit to prove, right? I mean, let's not forget, I'm not going to hold Sovereignty accountable for his comeback race. But I think that if you're a Sovereignty fan, like I think we both are, it was a little disappointing to a certain extent. Let's see how he runs back in the Stephen Foster. If the old Sovereignty shows up, then it looks like we're kind of on the same trajectory as we were last year with all these really good older horses planning on meeting out at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
And we were just kind of having this conversation off air. Nysos, Met Mile wins the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year, but you fully expect to see Bob Baffert try and get him to win a big-time Grade 1 route race going longer?
I feel confident that Nysos will never run at another race shorter than 1 1/8 miles. I'm not saying he's going to win every race, but I just think that they'll target races like the Pacific Classic or the Whitney, and then they'll look at getting him ready for the Classic. I think Classic was the plan last year until he had the setback where he wasn't able to run the Pacific Classic, which is why they had to kind of back up and run in the Dirt Mile. I don't find there to be any worth for them or his future as a stallion to run in the Dirt Mile again.
Still excited to see Baeza, too. Had that poor beginning in that Ali Sheba. See what he can do in his second start back as well, his 4-year-old campaign. Race 8 here at Belmont of the Big A. One-turn mile maiden claiming race. We have Acacia Clement back in action.
And we'll start with your favorite, down to the inside, Greg, in the number 1, Restless Renegade, who comes off of a second-place finish for trainer Linda Rice. And the top 2 that day put a lot of separation between them and the rest of the field as this horse broke running, went to the lead, had some company from the eventual winner, and then was second best, but again, it was a long way back to the next horse in that field. Now, it was a voided claim, and he does come back here with 1 bar shoe on. So bar shoe, if you think of the shape of a horseshoe, how it's open at one end, it's just going to be closed off. So adds a lot more support for a horse that may have maybe not the best of feet, and certainly not totally uncommon for them to train or even sometimes race in that sort of shoeing. So maybe some questions to answer, but is a horse that does, I think, with the inside post, with Manny Franco, with his natural speed, have a bit of a tactical advantage overall. I've actually never seen him. I haven't been in the paddock in his last couple of starts, but he looks strong off a bit of a freshening, not having run since April, coming back here, just as you often see with Linda Rice's horses. And I do think that it's encouraging that he comes back for $35,000, so at a comparable level versus what we saw him running recently and what he was claimed for back in October. The number 6, Ghost Army, is a new face coming in after running at Laurel and Parks for Jamie Ness, and last time out was kind of in a stalking spot and just never really looked like he was comfortable or traveling comfortably throughout the running of that race. The second place finisher, Coach Bennett, came back to win his next start with a 70 Beyer speed figure, improving 7 points. So I think he might have met a decent field, and he does drop in class class for the first time today coming into New York. He is a big, good-looking individual, son of Volatile. There's a lot of him. He has a lot of size, as we do see him stretching out to the mile, which I really think that he will like and appreciate. It seemed like last time out he had to be kind of hard-ridden to keep up with the field, and sometimes horses that are just run off their feet going shorter are much more effective when going longer. Not to mention, he looks like a horse that's just tall and lanky and wants more distance. So I really like the stretch out for him, and he stacks up nicely with his competition coming in here. The number 2, Dare Defying, gets back to the main track and does add blinkers on. 2 starts back his last dirt try. He was a horse that just broke slowly, and that was the issue on debut as well. Did not think he really looked like much of a turf horse, and so I understand completely why they're going back to the main track. He looks more like a dirt horse. Shortcut blinker going on in here, as he has been based down at Belmont recently with Jimmy Jerkins, who oversees Kenny McPeak's group in New York, and he's a horse that I think if those blinkers help him to get out of the gate a little bit better, could make a world of difference. He hasn't shown a ton yet, but I do think that his troubles at the start of the race have really been impacting him. And if he can put himself in, maybe be a bit closer with not so much to do, we might see a better effort today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Long day for Acacia. She is unfazed, still going strong in the heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's warm out there.
This is these last couple of days here in New York. Yeah, 2 of the warmest days we have had in a long time.
And coming from someone from Texas, I don't know if I've just missed the summers of Texas the last, 6 years, 7 years from being up at Saratoga, but, like, I just can't handle it like I used to.
Ghost Army, Jamie Ness, the 6.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land.
That debut was pretty good at Laurel.
Yeah, and when you're looking at horses like this, that have been sprinting, it's the last race at Parks that I like the most, the 6.5. It's one of those spots where I like horses. When you look at pace figures and you look at Timeform US, there's a way to understand how fast a horse is running through all stages of the race through those pace figures at Timeform US. And what you can see sometimes is when they all kind of are in the same family, not too fast early, not too slow late, not too fast late, not too slow early. Those are the type of stretch outs I like, because that indicates they have an even style of running. And I'm just hopeful that this horse kind of clips around there, appreciates the added distance, and I think it is definitely a good alternative to the favorite.
Compromise beginning in the debut, still ran a pretty good effort at Laurel first time out, and then the race JK's talking about, start number 2, that was at Parks. Here's Mr. RT, 0 for 8. Jose Jimenez, Edgard Zayas already on the board this afternoon. We'll pilot this son of Medaglia d'Oro. Let's go 4 starts back. And this was a mile at Aqueduct for 40 maiden claiming.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this performance, there is something to lean on, right? I mean, it was at a mile, it was on the dirt. The previous, or the starts after that were either sprinting or on the grass. If Mr. RT can run back to that race, he certainly makes sense in here. He's 3-1 on the board right now. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. Excuse me, he's not 3-1, he's 6-1. That was bad math. I just think that there's other horses that feel a little bit more likely. The last 3 races, regardless of the surface, regardless of the distance, they just haven't been very good. Those 2 dirt races sprinting have been pretty poor.
Making their way onto the track, here's our post parade. We start with Restless Renegade. Wow, Linda Rice and the public backing one of the best claiming trainers of all time again.
I mean, arguably, this horse has the 2 best dirt races. The problem is that they were going shorter, and certainly that doesn't necessarily mean the horse won't go longer, but at 8-5, you're still hoping, guessing that the horse will run better going longer.
Meanwhile, Ken McPeak, Dare Defying. The first 2 starts on dirt, they were going long, and probably want to see a little better. We'll see what we get shortening up.
Yeah, I mean, you like the experience, but the performances going along on the dirt don't leave much to the curiosity of what could happen here today.
Ray Handlebarn, Dixie Hex, New Gelding.
Yeah, another one that just has some slower numbers. Ran for 20 last time going the mile. That didn't go great. Was 14-1 that day. Looks like Ray's probably looking for a spot for this one.
I thought Chess Match was a player. 12-1. Very big price on this horse.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I like my dirt horse to show a little bit more early speed. They put the blinkers on, so maybe that could help.
One we had just touched on at 5-1 for Jose Jimenez, Mr. RT.
The 4 and 5 back races could help.
There he is.
The last 3 races won't help.
So Zayas looking for another. Here's Ghost Army, the Jamie Ness runner, who you like.
Yeah, I'm just hopeful this horse is going to appreciate the stretch out. At 4-1, I've got no problem paying for that hope.
And 24-1, Bourbon Hangover, first-time starter with Heeman Harkey.
This is not from experience. I'm just simply saying that Bourbon Hangovers they seem to hit a little bit differently.
Yeah, they do. Masters of the Universe is coming out soon. He-Man on board.
I like Masters of the Universe.
Let's go to Acacia.
We take a look at the number 5, Mr. RT. As Jonathan mentioned, his last 3 races, excuse me, were disappointing, but those were 2 dirt sprints and a turf race. And I think he's getting back to doing what he really wants to do today. Much as I was touching on with the 6 Ghost Army kind of being run off his feet last time, as, excuse me, that was the same case with the number 5, Mr. RT. Just totally outfooted last time out and at a big price, and he was at the back and not really able to rally. If you look at his races going a mile, he was able to show so much more speed, and it's why we talk about how horses sometimes stretching out from sprint races to routes are deadly, because they can put themselves into the race more, be more forwardly placed, and that is what I expect from Mr. RT. Physically, I think he's much more suited to 7 furlongs to a 1-turn mile. Don't mind the mile for him today. You might have seen he got a spirited solo warm-up from Edgar Zayas, and I would anticipate we're going to see him much more forwardly placed than he was in those recent sprint races. The number 3, Dixie Hex, my first time seeing him, so I don't have anything to compare to, but he has been gelded, and I'm wondering if that will help him. Sometimes you will see trainers geld a horse if they just feel like they haven't really shown anything, and it's just to add a little bit more focus. They're a bit easier to manage. They're a bit easier to work with oftentimes too. But this is a horse that is very light and on the weaker side in his hind end. And I wonder now, first time with the gelding, maybe look for him second time, if he could strengthen up a little bit in that hind end. That's something I'd like to see. But he's very sharp, and while he was disappointing last time against lesser company, he was forwardly placed and he was dueling early. So if nothing else, he is a pace presence in this race. It should be forward once again. We'll see if that gelding does help him to follow through a little bit more in here, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 11-1, Dylan Davis for Ray Handel on the 3, Dixie Hex. You can play all the action all summer long and beyond right there at Naira Bets. What a fun summer it is going to be. So many great divisions in this sport, especially what we saw last week. This 3-year-old division getting extremely interesting. What Nisos did, we talked about the Med Mile. What Nitrogen did in the Distaff division. Is anyone going to be able to compete with her this year?
Yeah, I mean, I said it the other day on a podcast that I have often found and declared Breeders' Cup winners in July. Not too often. You know, it's nothing like crazy, not like huge long shot. I'm just saying, like, I've fell in love with a horse in July and said that horse is going to win the Breeders' Cup. Certainly in August. I can't tell you the last time I made that decision in June. They won't beat Nitrogen. If that version of her, or if 80% of that version of her shows up.
Male, I don't know if there is a male in the country right now that could beat her if she runs that race again.
They can go ahead and Breeders' Cup. You can save a little bit of money and just go ahead and put her name on it. Just get it ready, you know.
But again, yeah, running, that's the big question. We're going to see that kind of performance again. If she does, man, just book her ticket to the Hall of Fame right now.
I mean, she was sensational. Jaw-dropping the way that she ran. And the problem is that there's not a lot of, there's no like 3-year-old. It's like, you know, even like Accounting Stars, Always a Runner, Meaning. Those horses haven't shown glimpses of what would be necessary even with improvement to catch up to her. There isn't very many of the females currently that can kind of right the ship to show that performance. She was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, between her and Englishman, those were two of the best performances I've seen on a single weekend in a very long time.
Race 8 here on this Belmont of the Big A card. The even money now, wow, on Restless Renegade for Linda Rice. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off. Dixie Hex is flashing early speed from in between horses. Outwider Mr. RT and Ghost Army's in that early fray too. Moving right to the center of the racetrack, and off the rail was Restless Renegade, and that quick move there from Manny Franco as the top two are on the far outside portion of the racetrack as they come out of the chute and now trying to cross over. They hook up with the backstretch, and Dixie Hex is pushing on through, is at the rail, holds that position with Mr. RT challenging back to second. 3 wide is now Ghost Army, and Restless Renegade is in behind horses, climbing just a touch at 23.41 for that opening quarter mile. Losing ground was Bourbon Hangover, is now about 5 off the leaders. Progressing is Dare Defying from the back end of the field with Chess Match. They continue to duke it out up front, and Dixie Hex at a number with less than a half mile to go went 46.4 for that half mile time. Mr. RT with every shot to run this leader down. Here's Ghost Army is now taking a clear third. All in, Restless Renegade is making hard work of it, just trying to cut into the margin, but losing ground as here comes Ghost Army 3 wide. The leader still at the rail. It's Dixie Hex and Dylan Davis. Mr. RT from in between horses ready to challenge as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Mr. RT and a stubborn long shot in Dixie Hex down at the rail. And here's Ghost Army ready to pounce down the center of the racetrack. It's these 3 right now in Chess Match making up some late ground too. A furlong left to go. Mr. RT, Ghost Army with every shot to run on by. And here's Ghost Army to the outside. Mr. RT is not done. These two nose and nose down the line. Give it to Ghost Army to win it. Ghost Army over Mr. RT. Chess Match in a photo with Dixie Hex.
Ghost Army, Jamie Ness, Jamie Rodriguez, Cash is King. Nice call, JK. And the real reason, you always love Volatile.
I'm a huge fan of Volatile.
I know you are.
When you get a gray sun, a very dark gray sun of Volatile. I talked about prior to the race of the kind of even-looking style of this horse. The way this horse ran was exactly what that translates into. There was no burst. There was nothing sudden about him. He just kind of grinded along. He looked like he was in trouble at the half-mile pole. He looked like he had a shot at the quarter pole. He looked like, oh my gosh, he's going to get beat at the 8th pole. And he just kept grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding away.
6.54 finish. Good call, Acacia as well. She liked Ghost Army also. And in the end, 7-2. How in the world did the one go off at even money? How did anyone go off at even money in here?
Well, I think there's an answer to why the one went off at even money is because so often Linda's horses win these types of races. And when you might not be able to put it together fully on paper, she finds a way to help these horses improve, to find them, to get them to run races that maybe we can't predict. And I think that sometimes it's a default for some folks. It's like, well, it's Linda.
Not this time, however. It's Ghost Army, and as a result of that, you get an inflated price on this runner who wins at 7-2. 6.543 finish here in the 8th. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. As we were just touching on the Distaff division, well, late in the year in the fall, they'll be competing against the likes of Nitrogen, but for now, Counting Stars and Always a Runner. Some big targets in that 3-year-old filly division at Saratoga, and all of a sudden, it is a lot more wide open than we had thought after the Kentucky Oaks.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front, domestic product!
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. And it's Ghost Army in the 8th performing here to get the win at 7-2. Jamie Nesbarn, Jamie Rodriguez.
Those silks, I gotta be honest, congratulations to Ghost Army. I'm not gonna offend any connections here. Those silks remind me of one thing. That's a Fleet Alex almost falling to his face at the top of the stretch at the Preakness and going on to win that Preakness in one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that journalism performance was sort of brought up memories of that of Fleet Alex.
Definitely second. Definitely second. I love journalism too. Definitely second. To
Oh,
what
no
we saw.
question. But yeah, it just reminded you of that incredible moment. It's really one of the iconic moments of the Triple Crown during my lifetime anyway. $9.80 for the win. Mr. RT chess match. Round out that top 3, that 50-cent trifecta, $82.76. And again, you get an inflated price, all because the one got heavily bet. So we move on to race 9, mile on the turf. In this allowance optional claiming field, the return of capital partner for Chad Brown, who won the debut and then was in back-to-back graded stakes, hit the board in the With Anticipation in Saratoga before going to the bench, and this is the 3-year-old return.
Yeah, capital partner could be tough in here, but I can't ignore Voodoo Doll. Down on the inside, my favorite type of stretch out is drawn inside, especially on the turf. They have tactical speed to hold position, but they're also going to get the cover that they need from down in there to not get rank and to pull. And they're also going to save ground with geometry being on the inside. I love those types of stretch outs. I thought Voodoo Doll was very interesting.
Mark Casse, DJ Stable, yeah, major players. Actually, that one's the favorite right now at 3-2. Let's get back to this 3-year-old filly division. We were talking about can anyone challenge Nitrogen later in the year? Let's have them compete against each other for now in their own division as 3-year-old fillies. We thought always a runner coming in to the Acorn. She was to this point unbeatable. She was sensational in the Oaks. Counting Stars, though, turning the tables.
Well, they grow up. That's the thing with these 3-year-olds. We talked about it a little bit earlier when we were talking about that Pegasus down at Monmouth tomorrow. The one thing I will say is that the next race, the Coaching Club American Oaks, depending on who comes back, 1 mile and an 1/8, exact same distance, exact same location. It's the Alabama, I think, will be the big kind of test to see who appreciates that added furlong, who wants to go that far. I thought Counting Stars was outstanding last time. She was stuck inside of the 2 horses to her outside and always a runner and meaning. She let them go on. She tipped to the outside. She produced her run and she won. I thought that Always a Runner was sensational in the Kentucky Oaks. I suppose if you had to pick one that was a little disappointing, it would be Meaning, who I picked in both of those races, who came up a little bit short. But Meaning might be the one that appreciates the 1.25 miles of the Alabama even more. So we'll see where they all show up. I think that the 3-year-old filly division is strong with those three compared to other years. I still don't think that they want anything to do with the older filly division.
We see things change all the time. This kind of year, and maybe this is similar to what we saw. Secret Oath won the Kentucky Oaks, but then it was Nest who just completely turned the tables and became the dominant 3-year-old filly as we got to the summer in that second half of the year as we bring in Acacia in for more on this 3-year-old filly division.
Yeah, I agree with what Jonathan said. You know, you look at the older filly and mare division, and right now it's Nitrogen and everybody else. And she was dominant as a 3-year-old last year, too, especially once she switched to the main track. But it's one of the things that I love so much about 3-year-olds, both with the fillies and with the colts as well, is that there's still so much development to be happening, too. Always a Runner tasted her first defeat last time out after winning the Kentucky Oaks. But she's a horse that did a lot in a very short time. She went from a maiden onto a 2-turn test and onto the Kentucky Oaks in just her 3rd start. So maybe you can forgive her for throwing in a little bit of a flatter performance, whereas Counting Stars had been kind of steadily going along. I don't think she really had any excuses in the Kentucky Oaks, and she was able to turn the tables pretty impressively in the Acorn with that win and stamp herself as a major player in this division. I'm still excited to see what kind of development continues on through the rest of the year. As Jonathan mentioned, race like the Alabama, always one of my favorites throughout the summer. And same thing with the boys. I think it's a pretty evenly matched group on both ends where you have some horses stepping forward. Yes, Golden Tempo, the one as far as the boys are concerned, that's really stamped himself as the leader. But as we've seen in the past, Greg, a lot can happen come Saratoga and some of those big races for 3-year-olds.
Second half of the year, totally different ball game. A lot of these horses grow up, change, and things can change. And maybe we've seen that change into the guard with this 3-year-old filly division. Coaching Club American Oaks, though, Alabama at 1.25 miles, 2 of the huge ones to come later this summer when we're back upstate.
Yeah, 2 of my favorites. You know, the Coaching Club American Oaks is like, it was that kind of that connector between the Acorn and the Alabama. But the Alabama, these horses don't get a lot of, these fillies don't get a lot of opportunities to run at 1.25 miles. And it's a unique big stage for them to do that. Just like the Derby feels, that big question is always, you're wondering, can they go that far?
Yeah.
You get to get that answer on the Alabama Day.
We look forward to it. We lost a part of our horse racing family earlier this week. Jimmy Iselin, who had trained on the New York circuit for more than 4 decades, passed away on Monday. Earlier this week at his home after a brief illness at the age of 84, son of Philip Iselin, who played a key role, of course, in launching Monmouth Park. He became the eventual president and chairman of the board, and along with Leon Hess, part of the group that had purchased the New York Titans and then changed their name to the Jets to win Super Bowl III in 1969. He learned the game from Hall of Famers Jimmy Jones and Woody Stevens, trained crafty prospector who would go on to sire 92 stakes winners. New York bred mare Willett earned over $850,000. Survived by wife Ruth Ann. They would have celebrated their 63rd anniversary on June 13th.
Aqueduct is actually a really special place for me because this is the first place that I learned that I could actually have a career in racing. When I was at Fordham, I would take the train out to Aqueduct. I learned very early on that when you take the A train here, you must get the Rockaway Boulevard, not the Lefferts one. And I just remember sitting by the window, looking out on a cold winter day and falling in love with it. I think the 2013 Cigar Mile is a favorite memory because of what it became. I was here that day. I believe I was Miss New York City at the time, and I was competing in the Miss America organization. I presented a trophy in the winner's circle. I was not here to racing capacity, but it was at that time that I realized this is how I wanted to spend my life, around horse racing.
Deterministic wins the Gotham!
My husband Miguel and I flew up that weekend from Florida. And I just remember standing in the rain in the winner's circle, throwing my hood off and screaming my head off. That was such a special, special day. But I will really miss the feeling of this place. I'll miss the fans, and I'll miss the fact that people come to Aqueduct for the pure love of racing.
And I think all of us who have sat down and shared our memories of coming to this place, certainly it holds a special place for all of us, but we're all going to miss getting on that A train and just, taking that minute and a half walk from the station right in here, seeing that mural. It's been a special place for a lot of us, where many of us here have learned this game, quite a bit of it. Acacia, cool. The first time I was able to see that sit down with you, I didn't realize you made that trip from Fordham.
I did, and one story I didn't get to tell during that sit down, which was so fun and a bit emotional to do as well, was while I was in Fordham and I was studying journalism, one of our projects was to kind of be our own camera person. You checked out one of these massive old clunky cameras. You had to film, edit, do the audio, put together a piece on somebody that you admired. And I was in college at the time, and I reached out to the paddock reporter at Aqueduct, Maggie Wolfendale, and she said yes, and came here in the middle of the winter, and we did that interview right here in the paddock in this gazebo because it was freezing. And I just remember having a really cool moment. I'm still terrible at audio, but I learned how to edit and put together pieces and tried to include racing whenever I could in my school pieces as well. So such fond memories here from this place, and it will be very bittersweet when we do say farewell to the Big A, Greg.
Andy's blown up both our phones right now. Why didn't she contact Andy to do that piece?
It's a great point. I mean, honestly, he's the most famous person that's ever stepped foot in here.
He's going to miss his. He loves it here. I saw his piece for the first time today as well. He said he came here with his grandmother. We all are. We're all going to miss it. But yeah, he's spent a lot of time here. Mig as well, who won more races here than anyone in history, and it's going to remain that way forever. It's been a very special place for us.
Of course. Look, we love racing. We all have our favorite places, and there's our favorite racetracks and the places that you love to go to. We all love a Saratoga. We love a Keeneland. We love a Santa Anita. But for so many people, it's where you came for the first time and where you've spent so much time and where you have so many memories, and the Big A is that for so many people.
This one Voodoo Doll, still your favorite right now. It's Mark Casse, DJ Stable. Seem to remember us just talking about one of their runners.
Yeah, DJ Stable. They
Ogden Phipps. Wow, the nitrogen. This was, that and Englishman. It's going to be hard to see a race a lot better than what those two performances were, Belmont at Saratoga Week. But nitrogen proving not just that she's, what a comeback effort from her after being beat at odds on the last couple of starts for a reigning champion to provide that kind of performance. Now the big question is, foolishly, I didn't think this at all. Mark Casse sounded like he was offended by it, and said, I'm sick of people asking me if we're going to go back to the turf. And yet that was a ridiculous question by many after that performance.
Yeah, she won turf races by like 2 or 3 lengths. She wins dirt races by open lengths. You know what I mean? I understand that racing fans love to see horses try to do things that typical horses don't do. which is why we always have to have that silly question about when are the girls going to face the boys, because we just like to see it. What Rachel and Zenyatta did took us on a journey. And I think that the idea of seeing a very talented dirt horse be able to go back and forth from the dirt to the grass is interesting from a fan perspective because we don't get to see it very often. The idea that she needed to move back to the grass, that she's better on the grass, that is a little silly.
Yeah. And those questions, or pontifications put to bed after that performance as we go back to Acacia.
And by the way, I think some of the turf horses that she might have to face might even be deeper fields, but she's been sensational, Nitrogen, and it was a dazzling performance. It was so fun to watch this past week. And taking a look at the horse that those connections will send out in here in the number 1, Voodoo Doll, I wrote down last time out, like her on the turf, good size, looks like longer. So she gets to go longer today, or he does, excuse me, which I like. He is a big, tall, leggy individual. And main reason, honestly, I didn't pick him last time was because he did not look like a sprinter. But he's very athletic, and he got the job done at a big price. He was off the pace. He was 3 wide. He was a little bit keen and just finished best in that spot. Now, you could argue that maybe last time was the time where you got him at a price, and you'll have to take the worst of it as far as his price is concerned today. But from a physical perspective, I really do think that more distance is what he wants to do, and hopefully he'll get to save a little bit more ground, as he is also second off of a layoff as well, and does look a bit more tucked up today too. The number 4, Capital Partner, is coming back to make his 3-year-old debut, so making his first start since running in the Pilgrim back in October. He's a horse that won first time out coming from off of it. I remember the barn was very high on him as he debuted and was the favorite that day. Just finished third as a very short price in the With Anticipation. And then last time in the Pilgrim, incredibly keen, wide throughout, never able to get cover and switch off, and never switched leads late either. He just never really looked like he got any sort of comfortable trip. He was a horse that even as a 2-year-old, he was very athletic and physically mature, but just a little bit of a distracted type, a little bit looky, just maybe not always completely focused on the job at hand. Looking at him here today, he's incredibly fit coming back. He is a bit hot, but it's very warm today. He hasn't grown a ton, but he is also a European pedigree. He was purchased over as a yearling at Tattersall's October for the U.S. equivalent of about $480,000. So I don't mind that we haven't seen much size change from him. But like I said, he does look ready. He's quite sharp off the bench, but a little bit more clued in coming back as a 3-year-old, which I appreciate. The number 2 in Woods will rematch with Print, but he gets an equipment change in here today. This is a son of Twirling Candy, I'm assuming named for Eddie Woods, longtime 2-year-old consigner and excellent horseman. And this is a horse that broke his maiden on Tapeta down at Gulfstream, being able to wire the field. He took no money in his first start down in South Florida. And then last time out, he did actually break running and show some more early foot again. And I thought he just kind of ran in place. So adding blinkers in here today, just a short cup. He's a really good looking individual. I just wonder if he kind of has that winning instinct that we've seen so far. Typically, when you are on the front end, on the Tapeta, particularly in an off the turf race down at Gulfstream, it's quite beneficial. He needs to show more finish in here today, but I do expect him to be forward, and maybe those blinkers will help to have a little bit more punch at the end of the race, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up shortly, 8-5 on this one right here. Voodoo Doll, Mark Casse, DJ Stable, connections of Nitrogen. Edgar Zayas will ride here. Comes in undefeated, 2 for 2. Went on synthetic to start at 6 furlongs. Then about 7 months away, comes back, wins sprinting on the turf, and now the stretch out.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's one of those types of horses where I feel like it's going to end up working out a great trip from the inside. Going to be able to save ground. It's tactical enough to be able to hold that inside position, and then it just turns for a sprint for home. There's a lot to like about this horse from the inside. I will say this, though. I did believe that Capital Partner would be favored in here. Just based off of those performances as a 2-year-old, the numbers might seem a little bit light, but let's not forget those numbers were earned as a 2-year-old. Sometimes the numbers can be a little bit light for 2-year-olds, and they can improve with age and time. So I'm still going to stick with my guns here and go to the inside with Voodoo Doll, but it's starting to seem like Capital Partners' price is creeping up a little bit more than it probably should.
Yeah, it's just that turf race too. It was faster than what anything Capital Partners done. Obviously, you're debuting now. Your 3-year-old return for one of the best barns in the game. You could have a big jump. We'll see what we get. But Voodoo Doll right now, the favorite, 9-5 with the first time going a mile.
Yeah, I'm just hoping the horse breaks clean away from there. Just sits in that inside pocket position all the way around there.
Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez. Here's Woods.
Yeah, I mean, this one's not impossible. I mean, this is a nice field. This horse is putting blinkers on, has some speed as well.
Maiden win for Print came on dirt.
Yeah, did run on dirt, did get that maiden win. I thought ran well enough last time. The problem was the pace wasn't all that quick. How much better of a trip can this one get?
First out winner, graded stakes placed. Capital Partner for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Absolutely, getting his first opportunity to run on Lasix as well.
Ilkay Cantor Machi Barn just claimed this one away from Miguel Clement, Madagascar.
Yeah, the horse was wide all around there last time on some ground with some give in it. Let's see what happens this time around.
Tartable going to get on turf for the first time for Chad Summers.
Yeah, I mean, getting on the grass, I don't really see where it makes sense. The horse is going to move up enough to give this group problems.
Jimmy Ryerson Barn, Chayton, son of West Coast, coming out of a stakes race at Monmouth.
The synthetic race 3 back is at least interesting. Gets Lasix, but if the top couple of horses in here show up and run their best race, I think this one's up against it.
Back to Capital Partners. So Pratt, Chad Brown, Klarovich, and the 3-year-old return was third in the grade 3 with anticipation. But this was the debut win at Saratoga last summer.
Look, when you win a 2-year-old races on debut and you win it like this, it's something that everyone has to pay attention to. I mean, when the Capital Partner leveled off here and just really, I mean, you could just see this horse noticeably going faster than everyone else and is just flying late to get up. You know, horses win these 2-year-old races like this, they definitely deserve some credit, show the talent they have at Saratoga. The 2 races after that weren't necessarily the greatest performances, but there's an opportunity for the horse to grow up now. We talk about...
With anticipation was fine, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I have a problem with that. The Pilgrim wasn't great, but understandably so. You know, the pace wasn't all that quick. Didn't have a whole lot to close into, but I think, you know, when you have a horse like this, it's able to kind of grow up a little bit, kind of take that time from turning 2 to 3, you can see a significant improvement.
3-2 has become your favorite for the 3-year-old return. Capital Partner, the 4. Let's go back to Acacia.
I talked about Woods down in the paddock. Now, the horse that ran in that same race as him is the number 3 Print, who, as you touched on, Greg, broke his maiden on the dirt, and that was by far his fastest figure as well. He ran fine when switching to the turf last time out. In fact, I think that he actually had a little bit more finish than Woods did in the stretch, and Print was able to finish second that day. He's run okay on both surfaces, but I do think that he's run better on the main track. He's this big kind of rough-built type of horse, and I'm wondering if maybe he just travels a little bit easier over the grass. He had a big warm-up out there, and he should kind of be in that stalking spot as Ricardo Santana has been aggressive and has been riding very well, especially today, I think with already 2 wins on the card. The number 8 Chayton is a big price, biggest on the board, in fact, but there was something that just kind of kept drawing my attention back to him. I'm with Jonathan. I think if some of the bigger horses, namely the 2 favorites, show up in here, they are very much the ones to beat. But maybe a horse underneath as the biggest price on the board. He finally switched to the turf last time out. He ran decent on synthetic, including that synthetic win Turfway back in March. But he is the half-brother to multiple graded stakes place Noble Confessor, who wants to go longer than a mile and is not necessarily a winning type, but a turf horse nonetheless. And while it wasn't a great performance in the Jersey Derby. Chayton was off slowly, and I thought he actually ran on a little bit late. He showed a little bit of interest, and it was in stakes company, and that was after trying the Tessio on dirt 2 starts back. So this is kind of the right spot for him to find out exactly what he has, and he looks tremendous for Jimmy Ryerson. Really strong, really powerful, looks like a turf horse. Like I said, I don't know if he's good enough. We'll find out today a little bit more about him, but at a massive price, I thought he was a bit interesting underneath, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 7-5, Capital Partner. I mean, these two, the 1 and the 4, seem like they are way the ones to beat in this spot, but there's several in here that seem like they could take a move forward as well, and they'd be right in the mix.
Yeah.
Do you disagree?
I don't disagree with the sentiment. I disagree with what we saw from the 1 going shorter, what we saw from the 4 on debut. One of these two has to be a pretty darn good 3-year-old. The odds are that one of them is. Now, certainly one of them might not show up. I could be completely wrong about the one. Doesn't want to stretch out once the sprint. Was good as a 2-year-old, not good now. Definitely could be the case. The same could be said about the 4, Capital Partner. You know, what we saw from that one. Maybe that was just a situation where that horse was better as a 2-year-old and Voodoo Doll better as a sprinter. But I think one of them will show up and run well here.
3-2 favorite, this one right here. 3-year-old return, Capital Partner for Chad Brown, Clarivich Stables, Flavien Prat. 9th, Belmont of the Big A on this Friday card. Mile on the Turf. We go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Chayton to the outside, goes in. All set. And they're off. Woods broke well, and so did Voodoo Doll at the rail. It's Voodoo Doll, who now asserts as a half length in front of Woods and back to 3rd. That's Madagascar progressing quickly as Capital Partner. Very rank here in behind the leader as Voodoo Doll is trying to slow things down. Voodoo Doll's got him stacked up in behind. Here's Woods engaged and stalking to the outside. Capital Partner's trying to settle as a close-up 3rd. Also cornering wide there was Madagascar, is hemmed in here by Tartable, who's now moving wide, and Tartable's on the move. 24.78 for the opening quarter mile. Voodoo Doll with a head advantage. Woods is stalking 2nd, 3 wide, that's Tartable, and just behind them in 4th, that's Madagascar. A much more settled Capital Partners in 5th. Another 3 back to Print, and the trailer is Chayton. No easy leads as Voodoo Doll's got pressure to the outside. Woods has been there throughout. Losing some ground is Tartable, is now back to 3rd. Is backing up as here comes Capital Partner out the rail with a ground-saving journey, and in between horses, that's Madagascar. That's the leading 5 in a 49.09. Half-mile time, Voodoo Doll is still there. It's Voodoo Doll with a neck advantage. Will have the lead as they reach the top of the lane. Capital Partner down right in behind that leader is just following every step of Voodoo Doll. It's Voodoo Doll and Woods. Woods is cut loose to the outside. Voodoo Doll's got to dig deep, and now Capital Partner is unleashed down the center of the course, and Print is on the scene late too. Voodoo Doll has battled back towards the inside. Here's Print lifting Capital Partner. Voodoo Doll, very game. It's going to be a tight photo. Give it to maybe Voodoo Doll. Woods did lunge and did get in that photo. Also a late run from Print and Capital Partner.
Voodoo Doll does just get this win, it appears. Edgar Zayas, Mark Casse, and it looks like this perfect record will remain intact here on the inside. This was a fight to the finish, though.
That was interesting. It looked like the 1 was in trouble at the top of the stretch. It looked like the 4, once finally produced, was traveling at a different speed than the rest of them and was going to be able to get there. The 4 hung a little bit. The 1 re-broke and fought on the inside. Voodoo Doll gets the victory on the inside. Right here, it looks like the 4, Capital Partner, is quickening at a rate that horse is going to level off and get there. Then right about here, the 1 re-breaks, keeps going on the inside. The 4 flattens out. The 2 hangs. The 3 comes running on late. It's a good horse race.
In the end, Voodoo Doll from the inside wins sprinting on synthetic in the debut. wins sprinting on turf at the turf debut May 16th, and now wins stretching out on the grass for the first time, as it has been posted unofficially. Voodoo Doll the winner. 3 for 3 now. 1, 2, 3, 4 finish. Mark Casse, Edgard Zayas, DJ Stable. And yeah, as you brought up, down on the inside as Woods comes to that horse, not to mention the 3 print as well, but that horse able to re-break. You don't see that a lot. To find more on the stretch out here. Well done by Voodoo Doll. It's a talent.
Yeah, and shout out Voodoo Doll, a New York bred.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that Mark Casse and the team will probably circle some races up at Saratoga that could be some low-hanging fruit for a horse like this.
2 for Edgard Zayas, 8 to 5 on Voodoo Doll. Perfect. 3 for 3 now, and showing some grit to win going longer, too, opens up some other avenues as well. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have prices when we come back. Meanwhile, Saturday card, New York Stallion Series, Cupico's Joy Division. Perfect record on the line for Celtic Dawn, who's actually going to get on turf for the first time. Tried to get on the grass in the debut. It was washed off for trainer Carlos Martin. Is she better on the lawn? We will find out on Saturday.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendi.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
$44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Proof the other night, there is no greater theater than sports. Largest comeback in NBA Finals history, down 29, down 20 with 9.5 minutes to go. Somehow, some way, the Knicks able to pull out that game, and they go up 3-1 with Game 5 coming up Saturday night in San Antonio in New York, on the cusp of blowing the lid off this city.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Just walking around the city, you can feel the energy. Everywhere you turn, everywhere you look. I saw someone at a very nice restaurant that you would never imagine having a TV in there. I saw them drilling a TV into the wall, getting ready
Smart
for
move.
some watch parties.
A lot of reservations going to be canceled on Saturday night unless those TVs are installed. Fasig Tipton, Winter Circle lead-in. July selected horses of Racing 8 sale July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your race horses today. Voodoo Doll. Now 3 for 3, as you mentioned, for this New York bred by Vekoma.
Yeah, you got to be excited with a horse like this. You know, a horse that has some ability, has won sprinting on the synthetic, has won sprinting on the grass, and has now won going a mile on the grass. You know, you have to be excited about a horse that shows this kind of determination, this kind of grit. And you got to be excited that it's a New York bred, so you got a lot of options. I mean, you're beating Open Company here. You know, you're beating the well-bred types like Capital Partner and others, but you still have that little. I
want to dream bigger with this. What this horse has done so far.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, like we've talked about before, the New York bred situation in Saratoga is such a great opportunity to, you know, with a young horse like this, just pick some spots, find out where you want to be, let her prove it a little bit more, and then take on some of the tougher situations.
I'm going to close things out with the maiden special weight. Sprinting on the outer turf, 6 furlongs. Maiden special weight here. Miguel Clement with a couple. Has He's My Kind with experience from the rail. And then Big Destroyer, according to the DRF Clocker report, on dirt, but a huge work, B-plus work, coming into this spot here and has pedigree as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is another great finish to the card. I thought the 3 No Compromise for George Weaver, one that ran on the dirt last time, now switching over to the grass, ran well, showed a lot of speed that day as well, and you know speed can be dangerous in turf sprints.
Got 22 minutes until this nightcap on our Friday coverage. Coming up tomorrow, as we teased going to break, Cupicoy's Joy Division, New York Stallion Series, 6 furlongs over the outer turf, and finally an opportunity for Celtic Dawn to get on the lawn for Carlos Martin. Comes in with a perfect record that includes a race that was taken off the turf on a sloppy sealed track in the debut at Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, Celtic Dawn, one of those horses that it seems to be trending in the right direction. And when you have horses like that, that's always a comforting thing. You want horses to be improving, going in the right direction. A lot of times, you know, the seasons can get long. These horses can kind of go the wrong direction. As they mature, as they improve, you want to see that. It's definitely something that can give you comfort when you own one like this.
And, you know, we'll see. Obviously, he's been pretty good the first couple of starts, but they wanted her on the grass to begin with. So maybe a chance she's even better on the lawn. We'll find out tomorrow. Race 7, 4:13 Eastern time with this undefeated filly for Carlos Martin, Blue Devil Racing, and Javier Castellano will be aboard 8-5 morning line despite having yet been on that surface.
But you got to trust, though, when you see a dam out of Patio Prado, one of my favorite horses, to not do as much as you would think a favorite horse would do. You'd like to think that the ability to switch over to the grass could be there for a horse like this.
4th in the Derby?
I want to say 3rd.
Okay. You might be right.
I want to say.
We'll
I'm
look
going to look and answer that. I want to say 2nd. I'm going to go.
Nah.
You don't think so? Hold on.
You might be right about 3rd, though.
Hold on. We're going to get there. This TV, there's no one has anywhere else to go.
Well, we got to go to break.
In the Derby.
Hurry
3rd.
up, MacGruber.
3rd.
Okay,
3rd.
Good call. Trust yourself. We're going to take a timeout. Miguel Clement, he's got 2 in this finale coming up. Mentioned the rail. He's My Kind, making start number 2. That is a walk of a man with confidence. That is the walk of a man who has won back-to-back runnings of the Grade 1 Manhattan.
A guy who likes France to win the World Cup.
Yeah, going to a World Cup game, I've heard. We'll be back.
They're off in the Resorts World Casino, Manhattan. Deterministic, last year's Manhattan winner, turns up the pressure now in second through 6 furlongs in 109.4. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Rhetorical and Deterministic. Rhetorical has something left. Deterministic's trying to get by him late. Test score is in third, and One Stripe continues to close on the outside of Make Me King. Deterministic gradually wears down Rhetorical. It is Deterministic, and Kendrick Carr moved back-to-back in the Resorts World Casino, Manhattan.
That was one of the most heartwarming moments I've seen in this sport in a long time. Hall of Famer Bill Mott coming over to give Miguel Clement a hug after that win in the Manhattan. Back-to-back winner now, Deterministic, and he did it, JK, so impressively. They wanted to be in front, and they had to go to plan B from the outset.
Yeah, I mean, Will Walden said it. He said that Miguel had been calling him for like the last 3 weeks, telling him, basically saying, I'm going to the lead, and like hanging up on him. I added the hanging up part. But I think that, I thought maybe Miguel was playing games with him because at times they had expressed concern about Deterministic going a little bit further. And so when you have that, you don't want to go to the front and ding-dong with another really good horse. And when he didn't make the lead, I thought, nice gamesmanship. But, man, he sat right off of them and won like a good thing. This horse has gotten really, really good. Let's not forget, Deterministic won the Grade 3 Gotham here on the dirt as a 3-year-old. It's the kind of versatility this horse has.
He'd go on last year to shorten up, win the 4-Star Dave, and it seems like that is the plan again this year. One of the most prestigious turf mile races there is in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, he's been sensational in the versatility of his sire, Liam's Map, is something to keep an eye on as well. Liam's Map being a very impressive dirt-type horse, and then he's producing horses like this that can run as well as Deterministic has on the grass.
He'll have 2 in this nightcap. He's My Kind, the one, makes start number 2, who the 8 Jubilee Parade finished ahead of first time out. And then a first-time starter, as mentioned, there's the one, with a big work coming in. Big Destroyers Dam, 8-time winner on the turf for win over $370,000.
Yeah, and you draw Flavien Prat. I think a lot of times when people ask about how important are riders and where riders end up, I do think in maiden races, there's probably a little bit more sign, right? Because all you can do as an agent is deal with what someone tells you. If a trainer calls and says, hey, is Flavien open? They say, well, what do you got for us? We got a good one. I don't think it always happens, but it certainly is at least a starting point.
We will have more on this finale on our Friday card here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. When we come back, maiden special weight, sprinting on the lawn when we return.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
Hello everyone, Matt Chapman for Fox Sports once again, bringing you the latest news on the international horse racing scene. Last weekend, it was all about the Derby at Epsom, and it was shrouded in controversy. Benvenuto Cellini, the favourite for the big race, was eventually called a non-runner. He got his hoof up on a ledge in the stall, and the stewards called him a non-runner. Most people felt that shouldn't have been the case. In the end, though, it was a great result for Fox Sports viewers, because you'll remember we said Christmas Day would win. He did, and Maltese Cross would finish third with Benvenuto Cellini in second. Well, with Benvenuto Cellini out and Maltese Cross eventually finishing second, we gave you the 1-2, which was rather satisfying.
It's Christmas Day on Derby Day. He wins the Betfred Derby.
The international scene moves on to Chantilly on Sunday for the Prix de Dye in Longines. It's the French Oaks, and I can't emphasize enough, in France, whereas in America it's Kentucky Derby, Epsom, the Derby, the French Oaks is really important, really important. The odds-on favourite will be a horse called Diamond Necklace, trained by Aidan O'Brien by St Mark's Basilica. She won the Prix Marcel Boussac as a juvenile race. That is the sort of big French juvenile race over a staying trip. And she came back this season and won the French 1,000 guineas. She's going to be a strong favourite, very hard to beat. Two dangers, Felicitas for Ed Walker. She was second in the Musadora Stakes, a trial at York for the Oaks. And the horse that won that race was second in the Oaks last weekend. So the form holds up well. And there's a horse called Lilt I want to tell you about. The dam of Lilt is a horse called Dank. And Dank, back in the day, won the Breeders' Cup Fillion Mare Turf in America. So she'll be familiar to some of you. Look, Diamond Necklace should win. I suspect Felicitas is the danger. But we like to bring you all the international news here at Fox Sports. And the next big meeting coming up will be Royal Ascot. After it, I'll let you know exactly who were the stars.
We will have coverage 9:45 a.m. Eastern on FS2. And yeah, Diamond Necklace for Aidan O'Brien trying to complete that French Classic double. Evolutionist, another interesting one for trainer Carl Burke. You do not want to miss that coming up this weekend. As we get back to our nightcap here, 6 furlongs on the turf in this maiden special weight to close things out. Let's go down to Acacia.
And there's a lot going on in this race I thought was far more interesting than your current favorite, who's been knocking on the door to the outside. Horses trying things for the first time, or first-time starters. We'll start with the George Weaver runner in the number 3, No Compromise, who's getting on the turf for the first time after showing speed running on the dirt on debut. Son of Into Mischief, whose progeny can absolutely handle the grass. And there were 2 siblings that won on the turf, including Saconet, who was stakes placed. This horse looks like a turf horse, has a very flat hoof to him. Looks like he should appreciate the surface switch in here today. I didn't see him first time out, of course, as he ran down at Gulfstream, but he's also a big, solid individual that looks like he probably benefited from that first start from a fitness perspective to be a little bit more fit and defined today, and he absolutely looks very strong here in the paddock. Now, taking a look at a couple of first-time starters, the number 4, Big Destroyer, debuting, as you guys touched on, out of Peru, who was absolutely hickory, was trained by Christophe Colomb for a time, and I'm pretty sure, I have to confirm with him, but I believe Miguel actually worked with her when she was trained by Hugo Palmer in the beginning and suggested that she come over to America. And she was quite solid throughout her career here and has been a decent producer as well, including Soldoro, who was the half-sister who was owned by Stephen Rocco of LJSS as well. And she did win first time out on the turf, going a mile at Gulfstream. She was a bit of a swayback type of physical, whereas this guy looks so much more like midshipman. He is powerful. He is a turf sprinter through and through. And if you look through the DRF Clocker report, you will see that he did work recently in company with older graded stakes quality mare Pandora's Gift and was able to keep up quite nicely with her. I think he's very well spotted. Came in with a training saddle, which is typical for the barn, so that the racing tack is not much of a shock, but definitely all turf sprint with a pedigree to back it up. The number 5, Bremen, has a lovely pedigree as well, though suggesting he might want a little bit more ground. And physically, I would say that as well. He's out of the very talented Hungry Island, who is a multiple graded stakes winner, but more of a miler type, and has been a pretty good producer as well for foals to win, horses that have run very well on the turf. This guy looks like, he probably will benefit from a race from a fitness perspective, just to kind of tuck up, bring that top line up a little bit, and like I said, a prep to maybe go a little bit longer too, as that pedigree would suggest, but a lot of quality there in the family, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 6 minutes away from this finale on the Friday card. And here is a look at the 9-5 favorite, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Juddmonte Homebred. Start number 6, 3 runner-ups and a third so far for Jubilee Parade.
Yeah, you know, I think we've talked about this before, Wolfie. When it comes to horses that are 4-1, 5-1, 3-1, 5-2, 7-5, those are the horses I'd stop trusting if they're not getting there and they're not winning. I just don't feel comfortable with horses that have had a lot of chances that keep coming up short when they're short prices. Now, if you're coming up short and you're a larger price, that's fine. I've got no problem there. That's my concern with this one. There is a little bit of a change. You see the blinkers on. We saw Bill Mott do that with Chief Wallaby the other day to no avail. But I would say that that's at least part of the conversation at a short price based on this horse having as many tries as he has. I'm going to try to beat him here.
So at a certain point, experience certainly can be good, but at a certain point, it starts to become a bit of a negative.
Not too much experience. Too much experience in the maiden ranks means that you're not winning.
He's my kind, 1 of 2 for Miguel Clement. This one making start number 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed, but that's only 1 start. Its potential to improve off of that gets the inside draw.
Implacable Chad Summers gets on grass for the first time.
Horse showed a ton of early speed last time, but does need to improve getting to the grass.
No compromise. George Weaver showed speed on dirt. Will we see that speed on grass coming up?
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. The horse has early speed. George won a lot of these races. Him making the switch over to the grass is comforting for me.
Pedigree and a big work. Miguel Clement, first-time starter, big destroyer.
Yeah, and a big rider and a red-hot trainer in Miguel Clement, like you mentioned, winning that Grade 1 with Deterministic last weekend.
Shug McGahee, Bremen, first-time starter with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, looking at all the siblings here, Flanagan's Cove, Hungry Kitten, Hungry Island, it feels like this horse wants to go longer.
French Quarter Note, another George Weaver. This is a first-time starter at 15-1.
Yeah, another one shows up in here. You got a City of Lights. City of Lights will definitely run on the grass. You got a mare that gets grass runners. You get a Ricardo Santana, who I love with young horses.
John Terranova barn, first on grass, Gordy.
Yeah, just needs to show a little bit more speed, in my opinion, early for this group.
And the favorite, again, 3 runner-ups and a third and 5 tries for Bill Mott's Jubilee Parade.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, you say it very often. It's not that I don't think the 8 makes sense. The 8 doesn't have races that make sense. The concern that I have is that this horse has had a lot of opportunities at short prices. And what does that mean to me? It means that the public and all the people who make all the decisions in wagering in this game felt like the horse deserved to be single digits and still wasn't able to get the job done.
Still missed by a neck at this level and distance. Last start now gets blinkers to try and put him over the top. Will today be different? Let's go back to Acacia.
And some questions to answer. I'm with Jonathan. And also, too, for Top Barns, when you have a Hall of Fame trainer like Bill Mott, it feels like it's kind of a strike against them every time they don't break their maiden going out, especially when they're a short price. And the blinkers do go on today, a very small cheater cup being added on this afternoon for the number 8 Jubilee Parade, who will try to have a little bit more punch. And broke sharply last time out, but then kind of took back. The winner wired the field that day, and I thought was, yes, a little bit wide, but not the biggest kick. He looks fine. He's a smaller type. He's not a horse that's really kind of continued to fill out, which I would have appreciated seeing. We'll see if the blinkers help. I thought this race was far more interesting. The number 1, He's My Kind, comes out of that same race, and it looked like he really benefited from that debut start. He was a little bit green on the track in his first race. He's been so much more professional today, back in the paddock, out on the track as well, as he's really seemed to take that first race in stride. I adored his Damn She's My Type. She was not warm and fuzzy at all. She would get you in the stall, but she was just a runner and such a fighter too. So we'll see if her first foal will carry that on the racetrack. Wanted to touch on the other first-time starter, the 6 French Quarter Note. He was actually entered back last August because I have a lot of notes on him, and he was entered in a dirt sprint, and he was not warming up well and ended up being a late scratch. So we haven't seen him again until now. Been watching him. He's moving fine out there. He has grown up a lot. He has filled out. I do think he is a horse that's running on the turf because there is a little bit of turf pedigree, not to mention as well, the turf can often be a kinder surface. He's the half-brother to multiple stakes winner, Graded Stakes Place Annex, who is a very good turf horse, and City of Lights can absolutely handle the grass, though second generation, a bit more dirt influence. But I don't mind him on the grass. He's cold on the board. I think he kind of needs to prove it, but good to see him back at the races, and looks like he's doing well as of now, Greg.
All right, well, that's good news. 18-1 on that first-time starter. The other George Weaver runner, of course, he has the favorite as well, the 3 in those Spendthrift Farm Silks you're looking at. And, you know, we say it a lot, and we'll see. He's getting bet, though, you would think. Probably does, that speed probably will translate. But a lot of times that dirt speed does not translate to turf speed.
Yeah, but I think that you know, I know that that's something you subscribe to, and I think that I don't disagree with that when it goes to horses that are more established, horses that have been running, you know, a horse that's been running on the dirt 7, 8 starts, 9 starts, then switches over. I think sometimes with younger horses that, who knows, this horse might absolutely love the grass, just love the grass, and then that speed does apply. It does translate. I see where you're coming from, but I think with a lightly raced horse, there's a little bit more of an opportunity.
Favorite on the board, Javier Castellano, will be aboard for the turf debut coming up. George Weaver with a win earlier on the card, I believe when you first came on, right?
Yeah, my first
Ghost Me.
Ghost Me.
Debuted back in race 6. We'll see if he can pick up another one here. 2 for Miguel Clement. You got 1 for Shug McGahee, 1 for Bill Mott. Well, 2 for George Weaver. So a lot of big name barns in here. See what happens to close things out. And I haven't even peeked, actually. It's been pretty, you know, a lot of formful races, but in terms of what we're looking at in the pick 6, wow. Favorite is the 3 right now, 2,200 to that one. The 6 and 7 result in the pick 6 carryover.
All right.
There's Implacable for Chad Summers. Favoritism, no compromise. George Weaver looking for his second win of the afternoon. Javier Castellano rides. There he is. Turf debut coming up in those Spendthrift Farm Silks, Son of Into Mischief. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
2 out. Big Destroyer and Jubilee Parade. Jubilee Parade. Last to load. All set. And they're off. Jubilee Parade broke sharply from the outside. No compromises in that early mix. And here comes Big Destroyer from in between horses. But French Quarter Note now emerges with the lead. French Quarter Note is up by a half length. It's a tight hold. Jubilee Parade is comfortable enough, is out in the center of the course, is just stalking this pace setter. Tightly at the rail, there comes No Compromise in the orange cap. Big Destroyer is in between horses in fourth, Outwider in fifth. That's going to be Implacable. Nowhere to go yet. He's My Kind. Manny Franco looking for a way out. Gordy's going to be very wide, 21-4. That posted opening quarter mile. The lone trailer far back is Bremen. A new leader up front as French Quarter Note starts to back out of it. Jubilee Parade is now taking the lead. Jubilee Parade is up by a length and a half. French Quarter Note still showing a little bit of run here. Wants to battle back towards the inside, and here comes Big Destroyer. Big Destroyer is ready to pounce on this leader, and Big Destroyer to the outside of Jubilee Parade. Still not done. French Quarter Note has come back towards the inside, and He's My Kind is lifting late too. Big Destroyer is approaching the final 16th, is up by a length and a half, almost two. He's My Kind up into second. Big Destroyer, Flavien Prat, they get the victory in the finale. He's My Kind second, Jubilee Parade, and No Compromise.
First-time starter, Flavien Prat aboard for Miguel Clement. Big Destroyer, LJSS Thoroughbreds. Impressive debut here for this 3-year-old by Midshipman.
Following the riders isn't always the smartest and most reliable way, but it is at least something to take a look at. I think a couple things out of this. I've had enough of the 8 Jubilee Parade. I think that based on this performance, this horse needs to do something different. Doesn't really seem like one that wants to win. I thought French Quarter Note ran well. I thought Big Destroyer, obviously, who won the race, the 4, ran extremely well. And I'll be looking for the 3, No Compromise, to run back at Saratoga with an outside draw. This horse broke just a tad bit slow, kind of got stuck in behind horses, and was finishing well enough at the end of this race.
Miguel Clement 1-2 in this nightcap with Big Destroyer, and He's My Kind. 7-2 on a first-time starter. Winning here on the lawn under Flavien Prat. And there is Miguel. Had that Manhattan victory we just talked about with Deterministic. Seems like it's on to try and defend that Grade 1 win in the 4-star Dave next for one of the best turf horses in the country later this summer.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think that it would be a midsummer target for Rhetorical as well. Was pretty well documented. Rhetorical had the aluminum pad on. It had a little bit of a foot issue leading up. So you get a healthy Rhetorical. You get a healthy Deterministic. You get a mile, which I don't think anyone will argue that they both appreciate. You get a couple of others who show up. Let's see if maybe like a Notable Speech hasn't been shy to get on an airplane. Some types like that, and that could be a heck of a race, the 4-star Dave.
Usually is one of the best mile turf races on the planet. 4-1-8-3 to close things out on this Friday card. Belmont of the Big A. This is coming up tomorrow. Haskell Preview Day from Monmouth includes the Naira Bets Pegasus and some runners potentially on to meet Napoleon Solo on Haskell Day, depending on who performs in this race tomorrow. Race 5, 2:52 Eastern. Schoolyard Superman, of course, the 8-5 morning line favorite. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat will be on board. But there's a few in here that are interesting, including Tricky Business for George Weaver. Impressive first time out, 87 buyer in the debut. In the second, third place finishers behind him came back to win, and we just saw Judge Boucher win again just yesterday.
I think that's an important stat people miss, is when horses come back and run well. I think it's something to pay attention to, and but I will encourage folks to also look at how well did they run when they came back. Both of those horses, Judge Boucher and King Ferraro, they had a little bit of a reduction in their buyer speed figure, so it's not as exciting as it looks when you first see they both came back and won. I'll say this: if Schoolyard Superman runs back to the last race, it's going to be very, very hard to beat. But they're 3-year-olds. It's a pari-mutuel betting game. You have to decide if 8-5 makes sense to you or not.
And again, it's 2 big wins, 1-turn miles. But yet you said for you, that's not really a concern.
Yeah, I mean, I've harassed Richie about this a lot of times. The winningest rider of all time at this racetrack that had a 1-turn mile. In his, I'll paraphrase his explanation, is that going into a 2-turn race, they're allowed to slow down a little bit going into that turn. Sometimes that could actually, the 1-turn mile could actually be more of a stamina test because you have that long run. I trust him more than my logic about it. But if he says it's true, then I believe him.
We look forward to it tomorrow. Again, 2:52 Eastern for that NYRA Bets Pegasus. And then we have multi-millionaire Bishop's Bay leading the way in the Salvatore Mile Grade 3. And he's been, obviously not the best of the best at Grade 1 level, but Grade 2, especially Grade 3, he's usually very tough.
Yeah, but he's run well enough. He's kind of cemented himself as a legitimate horse, especially what he did here. And he's been knocking heads with some nice horses. I do think that there's some interesting ones in here. But before we get to them, Bishop's Bay, Antiquarian, who I thought ran sneaky good in the Met Mile, considering the kind of change in style. You can't knock Bishop's Bay. But I will say this. Grande, who was on an unbelievable tear until the Ali Sheba didn't go great. He's one that I would give another chance. And then Otter Mischief, another one with a 106 Beyer speed figure. Yes, I understand that was earned at Parks. But if you dig a little bit deeper, it's not an impossible feat that could have been a 106. I think at 10-1, I'd be willing to pay to find out.
Point Doom, Carter winner at Aqueduct back in April with a 101 Beyer. Had a 104 Beyer in the General George before that at Laurel. Those races both at 7/8, but is a two-time winner at a mile as well. Is this a legitimate contender to the favorite?
Look. If I look at your past performances and you beat Bookham Dano, there's a chance you could be the next president of the United States. It's possible.
Anything's possible. We've seen that in this country, no question. But we love this country. 11 for 32 lifetime. Point Doom. Things did not go his way in the Churchill Downs. We'll see if he can, obviously, on his best day, he's the kind of horse that fits here with anybody.
Yeah, I think that was a story for a lot of horses, though, in that Churchill Downs, right? T.O. Elvis overwhelmed them and overwhelmed me as well.
Big Destroyer. Nice debut. Flavian Pratt from Miguel Clement and LJSS Thoroughbreds. $9.94 for the win. And the reveal, pick 5, modest. Pick 6, $2,873.
Nothing wrong with that. You're cashing, it's better than tearing it up. That's what I learned a long time ago.
What's your story tomorrow? Are you on with us?
I'm here.
Okay, you'll be in studio here. I'm going to be on site for Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth. So I'll see you from New Jersey on a 12:30 Eastern start time. That's on FS1. We will see you then. Peak Hype, the upset, Opulent Restraint, a no-show in that return to the races. Voodoo Doll, how impressive was that one? Now 3 for 3, stretching out to a mile for the very first time. Undefeated for Mark Casse in DJ Stable and re-rallied down on the inside. Impressive for that New York bred. And Bishop's Bay, the one to beat. It's Saturday's Salvatore Mile from the Jersey Shore. We'll see you tomorrow.